Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat mga kaibigan. Muli tayo ay magtungo dito sa Female Pro League Season 5, Brain and Brawl. Ako nga pala si Joshi Cakes at kasama ko ngayon si paring JP. Pero this tournament muna is powered by Cerebrum Media and supervised by the regulation, the Games and Amusement Board. Mga kaibigan, isa na namang hapon ang ating tutunghayan para sa mga bakbakan ng ating kababaihan. Paring JP, kumusta ka dyan?
Well, Joshi Cakes, isang magandang gabi to kasi actually, hapon ngayon pero gabi kasi, gabi.
Parang gabi, di ba?
Gabi talaga ngayon. Pero excited ako kasi playoffs na and napapalapit yung finals natin. Nagaganapin a few days from now. So ngayon, i-rundown na lang muna natin kung sino yung mga maglalaro ngayong araw. I'm sure a lot of people and a lot of our viewers are excited to see ODK Valkyrie, Devil's District Valstrax, Gentle Giants FE, IDNS Wings, GP Hermana, and C4 Esports, Voltes PH Vixens, and Rocka Lunastar.
Ang daming mga familiar names
Of course,
na mapapanood natin ngayong hapon. And I believe this is a combo of best of 3 matches and best of 1 matches. So upper bracket and lower bracket ngayon. So magkakaroon na ng laglagan somewhere dito sa ating hapon ngayon. Pero alam nyo, ano bang history ng mga teams dito sa FEPL? 5 season na ang nangyari. So, ano pa pwede nating i-expect?
Well, balikan natin ng very short order. Diyan sa likod natin, nakikita natin yung mga nag-champion from the past seasons. Yeah. So, season 1, it was Resvelcana. Season 2, ayan, Cerebrum Fatals. And then, season 3, Smart Omega Empress. And then, season 4, yung katatapos lang, it was NV Astra. And these 4 teams, hindi mo na natin sila makikita for this season kasi they're waiting for that one grand final.
Battle of the Champions. Parang
yes, exactly. Diba? So ngayon, yung mga naging direct invite for this season are OTK, Gentle Giants FE, and Devil's District Valstrax. And Devil's District Valstrax, it was actually just last season nag-welcome tayo ng international teams and they happen to be there with us. And ngayon, babalik sila to try for another season for that championship
for
title.
redemption. Ang magiging story ng ating game number 1. That is ODK Valkyrie versus Devil's District Valstrax. And don't forget to like and comment dyan sa ating stream. Gamitin nyo ng ating official hashtag FEPLS5. And of course, hashtag Brain and Brawl. Comment kayo dyan. Kausapin nyo kami dito ni paring JP. And sino pa bang mga sinusuportahan nyo, drop nyo na dyan sa comment section natin.
Yep. And also, FEPL Season 5 is powered by Pinoy Gamer. Sila ang ating official media partner for Season 5.
Uy.
Yes. So yun, speaking of comment section, I hope we see familiar faces dyan. Kasi meron tayong regular viewers talaga. As in like, they're very loyal to FEPL. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to see you guys dito sa comment section natin.
Yung mga familiar names na makikita natin. Habang iniintay natin, syempre, ang ating mga players din na mag-ready for our game number 1. So, baka natin mag-shoutout. Tingnan natin dyan sa comment section.
Yep. Actually, ang unang-una ko i-shoutout ikaw.
Ay, bakit?
Kasi bibinyagan kita ngayon sa FEPL.
Ay, may binyag. Asan ang tubig?
Ay, kukuha ako. Gusto mo, bubuhusan talaga.
Wow, mali yun.
Charot lang.
Mga kuryente tayo.
Pero shoutout kay Edwin Tagasa Jimenez Jr. for being here sa stream natin ngayon. And nga pala, game 1 pala natin is ODK Valkyrie and Devil's District Valstrax. So, ibig sabihin,
international.
Yes, halo yung mga manonood sa atin ngayon. Meron tayong Filipino viewers, meron tayong Indonesian viewers.
Nako pwede. Sige, we will try our best to even bring this game, mga kaibigan, sa inyo. And, sabi mo na nga international May mga Indonesian, may mga Southeast Asian din talaga.
Yeah.
Yung mga kasama natin ngayon. And, syempre, 'di ba? Don't forget to subscribe din sa YouTube channel ng Female Pro League. Meron din tayo sa YouTube.
Yan. And also, ayan, Female Pro League kasi, actually, naglo-look forward ako sa next season. Though tapusin muna natin, syempre.
Syempre. Oo.
Pero naglo-look forward ako sa kung sino yung mga magte-take revenge din. Kasi before...
Nagkaharap-harap na
Oh, actually, madaming teams na they fell short lang sa championship. Siyempre, direct invite sila sa playoffs for the next season.
Yes.
Pero may mga nag-ready ng sarili, pero may mga team din na hindi na talaga nakabawi. Tapos, it also paves way for new teams to have the spotlight.
Uy,
Diba?
pwede yan. Kumbaga, labanan ng bago sa luma, diba? Redemption or introduction. Ganun na yun eh. Pagpapakilala or revenge. Yun yung magiging istorya natin for the rest of the games today or this afternoon or tonight. Kasi pwede tayong umabot ng gabi dito kapag talagang full series.
Nako, naglo-look forward ka?
Pwede naman.
Actually, gabi na nga ngayon eh.
Ay, oo,
so,
gabi na nga
mamaya,
ngayon eh.
pag gabi na,
Madaling araw.
may araw na.
Ay, may araw na. Naku, madaling araw muna, syempre, di ba? Para bago lumiwanag. Pero, eto sa apat na naging champion dyan, Rizwel Cana, Cerebro ng Fatals, Omega Empress and Envy Astra, lahat sila napanood ko na yung laban. And I'm looking forward for the other teams, for the other female teams, kasi sobrang, sobrang bilis din ng progress or paglakas ng mga female teams natin.
Yes.
And this Female Pro League ay sobrang magandang platform for them to introduce themselves and to let people know that even us females, di ba, kayang-kaya namin pumalag.
Yep. Actually, what I love about Female Pro League is that nakikita natin yung contrast ng mga meta sa main leagues.
Actually.
Main mix leagues and sa Female Pro Leagues. Like, ibang-iba talaga. Like, iba yung mga hero picks, iba yung mga rotation nila. And sometimes, iba rin yung mga emblem na ginagamit na.
Actually, yes, and also funny. Na alam naman natin, even sa mga mixed or sa mga male leagues, hindi siya masyadong ginagamit. Hindi siya ganun kadalas ginagamit. Pero dito sa Female Pro League, ang daming mga babaeng mga malulupit mag-funny.
Nako, to be honest, funny, never ko siyang... There were a lot of times na I tried my best to use Fanny, pero hindi siya pang kamay ko. Hindi siya pang kamay ko.
Ano ba yun? Meron pa dapat specific na kamay?
Oo, dapat may yung mga special hands.
Special hands. Ganun pala ang tawag. Kailangan special hands.
Oo, may mga special hands, yung mga binibiyayaan para na makagamit na Fanny.
Ano pa hinihintay natin? ODK Valkyrie versus Devil's District Valstrax drafting ay nasa harap na natin, paring JP.
Yun. And of course, since our draft has started, I think we need to switch. I think we need to switch.
I think so.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. For the benefit of our TFC subscribers out there.
What? Okay.
TFC subscribers out there. We need to switch. And now, the first ban for ODK Valkyrie, that's gonna be Julian. Immediately and instantly, we know this is the newest hero sa MLBB.
Yes. And I do understand, Joshua Cakes, that you're not a fan of Julian being used in the Land of None, especially in tournaments. Yeah. But there's one more hero that you hate more than that. It's Thams. And I'm not sure whether they're going to ban it or not. But if they open it, it's going to spell doom for the opponent, for the opposing team. But 1-1 is also banned. Okay, this is kind of a strategy. They banned the Masha, because usually when you ban the Masha, you're hoping to open the 1-1, right? But they banned and opened 1-1 at the same time. They banned 1-1 and Masha at the same time, rather.
Banning this Masha for Devil's District Valstrax opens up for a possibility that they can go for a Beatrix. Because Beatrix can free hit freely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Because Masha is one of the most disorientative heroes out there for MLBB, and this is banned right now for this game number 1. And an Atlas for ODK Valkyrie. Now, what you're saying a while ago, the Thams. ODK Valkyrie can prioritize picking these Thams, knowing that you can put these Thams onto the jungle, onto the XP, or any other ways to put the Thams. Oh, that's banned out by Devil's District Valstrax.
I do see the progress of Devil's District Valstrax in terms of drafting from the past season. Usually, they're not really worried about gold laners, and we're not yet that sure. Oh, wow. Ang ganda ng sound effects doon.
Yeah.
I just had to say it.
Yeah.
Ang ganda ng sound effects doon. Okay, so let's see. Win, lose, ODK Valkyries, when it comes to Sicilian, they have a high win rate. And it's no question that they want to pick it first. They want to make sure that they're going to have it. But as for Devil's District Valstrax, they can still counter this one. Going for an Esmeralda, this is the prettiest hero that we rarely not see.
Well, you mentioned it, we barely not see because this is one of the top tier XP laners out there. And in fact, I encounter people using this Esmeralda as a core or as a jungler. But still, like what I've said a while ago during the banning phase,
Yeah, you did.
Beatrix will be picked by the Devil's District Valstrax, knowing that there is no Masha to disorient that Beatrix down. But that Sicilian pick, it's too bold to be the first pick of ODK Valkyrie. But with the Yuzong and this Akai, they can actually be at par with the XP lane matchup.
Okay, so since they also picked Yuzong here, ODK Valkyrie, Devil's District Valstrax they don't want to pick Eve anymore because Yuzong is kind of a direct counter against Eve, right? So Lita is actually a good option. But what I worry about Beatrix, we've seen from there, it has like 33% win rate. It's very easy to counter a Beatrix when you use a very tanky hero and a blade armor against it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what Devil's District Valstrax need to watch out for.
You can actually say that, but you know, hero comfortability, gonna say, even though the win rate is just a number of the wins versus the number of the games, right? But if you're really comfortable using that Beatrix, then you can actually pull off a good draft like that. And Brody has been banned out, removing one of the good counters for this Beatrix during the laning phase. And for the side of ODK Valkyrie, they banned out this Kufra. They want no setup from the side of Devil's District Valstrax.
Yeah, actually, Brody's one of the strongest gold laners right now, which ODK Valkyrie doesn't have yet. So, they can go for a Popple and Koopa? What do you feel? What do you feel about that?
Possible, but look at the ban from Devil's District Valstrax. I'm about to say that they could go for a Clint. But then again,
Clint's
DDV
also
just
a good option.
banned out this Clint right there. But there's still a Claude.
Yeah, you just mentioned it.
There is still a Claude, but nice ban for the side of ODK Valkyrie. That's a Karina removed at the picture, knowing that Devil's District Valstrax right now doesn't have a jungle yet. And Matilda as a position 5. Ooh.
Devil's District Valstrax has always been a fan of the Matilda roamer, but I rarely see them succeed with it. Yeah, so well, I don't know about the season because it has a pretty high win rate with 66%. So okay, this is a good counter. Lolita against Matilda.
Against Beatrix and Lily as well.
Oh, yeah, this is actually a good draft coming from ODK Valkyrie.
But
it's a good strategy to pick their roamer last.
Yeah. And also, I have to worry this thing about ODK Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Lolita is a shield generating hero.
Yes.
And Esmeralda, on the other side, for Devil's District Valstrax, wants those kinds of heroes, the shield generating heroes. She will just absorb the shields coming from this Lolita, and a Paquito jungle will be secured by DDV.
Securing the crowd control by Devil's District Valstrax, that's actually a good hero to pick, Paquito. Yeah, early game momentum, the setter, and everything. But as for ODK Valkyries, going back to what you said, you're worried about those shields getting absorbed, right? But as for ODK Valkyrie, I don't think they worry about that too much because they have a lot of crowd controls, in which Esmeralda will have a hard time to set up those dances.
But definitely there would come a time that Esmeralda can zone anyone.
Yes, that's true.
For the side of ODK Valkyries, and right now the game is about to start. ODK Valkyrie versus Devil's District Valstrax. This is a best of 3 series, and game 1 will be starting right now.
Yep. So we're actually curious about seeing their rotations, which we're actually gonna find out soon. But as for ODK Valkyrie, since they have a Lolita, do you think that Lolita will roam around in the early game or will accompany their gold laner?
Knowing that they have this carry as the gold lane, you might as well want to get the scaling power of the carry as early as possible. So I think they could go for Lolita babysitting a carry right here. But as we look on our screens, the players are being ready, and the standard rotations, an orange buff start for the side of Devil's District Valstrax.
Yeah, so here 30 seconds in, we're seeing Raymond. Yeah, Yeah, I remember Raymond. She was always aggressive. She was always aggressive about those invasions. And what I'm actually curious about ODK Valkyries, they're still using the tank Demon Slayer meta. It's still in for them, right? Still a
Yeah.
thing.
Well, that Demon Slayer, it just adds 20% damage for the neutrals, and damage reduction, I believe that's 20% then. And you could actually imagine the benefit of using the Demon Slayer knowing that they have this Akai as the jungler. So therefore, they want to materialize on getting objectives first and
Okay.
use those objectives to gain investments or kits to enter the skirmishes they wanted. But right now, on the bottom lane, we can see two members and position 5s are zoning each other, but this Akai as a jungler, looking at Raymond right now, just hits. Ouchie.
It just hits Algie. You felt that pain, right?
I
You
felt
felt pain. But as for ODK Valkyrie, they're not really exactly on the lead right now, but Devil's District Valstrax is just really that. It's not really that significant right now. So what will really dictate this
Whoa.
game is how those crowd controls will affect the follow-ups.
I was in a bit of shock right there because
Yeah.
the knockout strike
Yeah.
put that Akai onto 50% HP. That's just a 1-2 combo from the Paquito.
Yeah.
And a pause has been requested by the side of, I guess that's DDV, the
Okay.
Matilda, requesting for a pause right there. So it just makes sense, knowing na the disconnections or the network issues are very hard to handle.
Actually, before we start international games, like we take long breaks just to figure out the best server to use. But
Yeah.
but I feel like it's settled. It's gonna be settled as well during this technical pause. But we were actually talking about the Paquito. Paquito had to jump in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious whether he's gonna be successful about killing the opponent. Then.
Actually not.
Okay, yeah.
As
I
we
won't
head
be.
on back to the land of Dawn, Rain right there wanted to go for that Akai, but then she is unsuccessful with that.
So yeah, okay, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, Mon said another pause, please. There you go. And okay, so they need more time. They need more
Yeah.
time to fix their technical side. Okay, so here's the thing. Raymond goes around the map. She always wants to make space
Yeah.
for her fellow teammates in Devil's District Valstrax. But as for ODK Valkyrie, they have to figure out a way to not make Raymond take up all the space they need.
Yeah, knowing that Matilda, compared to a Lolita, is more mobile. We all know that. And that mobility can be passed on to others using the guiding wind.
Yeah.
So, the worry for ODK Valkyrie is the certain matchup difference, the Esmeralda versus the Lolita, and also, what you're saying is the map control.
Yeah, the map control.
Pero, looking at the side of ODK Valkyrie, they have this carry as well.
Yeah.
So the passive gameplay would definitely go to the advantage of ODK Valkyrie as we head on to the latter part of the
Yes.
game. Because this is a Sicilian and a carry.
Actually, the challenge really here is with the Lolita. Because Matilda, used by Raymond, has really high speed mobility, right?
Yeah.
And then you'd always be torn if you were the Lolita user from ODK Valkyrie. You always be torn whether if you want to babysit your baby carry or you want to roam around just to make sure that Raymond doesn't take up all the space, and as well, and so that Akai can also farm really really well.
But one thing for ODK Valkyrie, Akai compared to a Paquito, Akai is not one of the junglers that needs a lot of babysitting from
Yes,
the
that's true.
supporting cast. I mean, Akai can definitely go alone. Doing objectives, and actually with a 1v1 fight against the objective or against the Paquito, with the objective takedown, the heavy spin, it's a good crowd control. You just have to put away the retribution holder from the other side, and then you do the retribution yourself, and then you go.
Yes.
You have the objective. And right now, ODK Valkyrie has the advantage on taking this first turtle of the game. This is a free turtle, and no
It
one
is.
from the DV do the contestation. Well, in fact, their pings are okay right now. I believe so.
Yep, and just like that, ODK Valkyrie just took the lead. But not really so much of a difference as well. So, Devil's District Valstrax, so we were talking about the capability of Raymond giving space and controlling the map for Devil's District Valstrax, but unfortunately, during that turtle take, she wasn't able to do so.
And looking at it, Raymond right there almost caught off guard by the side of ODK Valkyrie, but then with the mobility present, just like what we're talking about a while ago, he is able, or she is able, to escape through that situation. And again, this passive gameplay, the advantage goes to ODK Valkyrie.
Yeah, so ODK Valkyrie, since they're not really worried about rotating from here to there or everywhere. Devil's District Valstrax, the pressure is really on them right now, and they really have to keep up because in 60 seconds, another turtle is gonna be up for grabs, which ODK Valkyrie has a better positioning with it.
Map control, aggression, you just have to give it to ODK Valkyrie right now. And Kate, going for that stun against this Lilia. The Black Shoes won't even be committed, but a pause. But then we will continue. The heavy spin, the crowd control, the damage is coming in from ODK Valkyrie. The first blood of the game goes to the side of ODK Valkyrie right there. They are not yet finished. 4 members going to rotate. Raymond running low, but still with the mobility present. But look at the bottom lane. Irene going for that counter kill, but still unsuccessful. Yuzong is gonna be escaping through that.
Yep, so ODK Valkyrie, they just go from one control after the crowd control after the other. Devil's District Valstrax, Raymond is suffering a lot of pain against the wrath of Rose and Osun combined. So their workaround about this is Rain just goes around and about looking for someone to pick off, but unfortunately, after 4 minutes, still no pickoffs coming from them, and another pickoff coming from Osun.
Even though CEZ with the Lilia is level 6 right now, the Black Shoes is not significant at this matter because of the crowd control coming in from ODK Valkyrie. Another turtle would be secured by ODK Valkyrie right here, and a 1k gold lead for them. Just I want to see some more sizable lead than 1k. What hinders ODK Valkyrie right there?
That's true. Actually, this is one setup after the other, killing off one member. That would be Nada.
Going down.
And now they want to respond, but they're already outnumbered in terms of damage output. Let's say that's a 2v2. But damage-wise, we're talking about Jen and Rose, which are both damage dealers, and this is just 5 minutes into the game, and we both know that it's not yet their full capabilities, not yet their full potential about dealing damages. But Raymond and Rain will still have a hard time dealing defenses about that because they're both range damages.
And looking at the lineup of DDV right here, they have 3 squishy heroes. The Matilda is a squishy hero right now. This is just the early game. And look at Carry with the Wind Talker right there. This is not the typical carry with a golden staff. This is the critical type carry. And look at the attack speed. Towers have been taken down by ODK Valkyrie. They want blood. 2 versus 4. They are chasing down 2 members for DDV, but then again, they would not engage much. They wanted to take the middle turret down.
Yep, and they still want to pursue Devil's District Valstrax right now. CZ, Raymond going for the front lines, but Mon was actually kind of too late about that. She responded too late. Now ODK Valkyries was free to go. So ODK Valkyries is just really having the time of their life right now. 10 seconds from now, another turtle will be up. They're just gonna go for it. But Devil's District Valstrax is already about time to step up. Yeah, really, because few minutes from now, we're gonna transition into the late game, and it's gonna be too late for them to get back up from this.
That's the territory of ODK Valkyrie, the late game. But they are putting the late game earlier than possible. They got 3 turtles out of 3 for this game. No turtles for the side of DDV right now. And Lucy, they keep on ganking this Yuzong down, but they are unsuccessful. But 4 members going to rotate. They're going to turn it dive. And the circling eagle plus the Lilia will secure that kill. But Osun onto the backlanes wanted to get a counter kill, but then no engagement. He knows, or she knows, she is outnumbered.
Yep, so ODK Valkyrie since they're just really pursuing right now, Ozan is not really worried about anything. She's just using the heavy spin,
but here comes
making Mon suffer.
the side of ODK Valkyrie with a counter engagement of 3 versus 4, but then the 4 members from DDV is going out. They want to escape. They have been bullied by ODK Valkyrie's 3 members right there without KT, the position 5, and the main setup they have.
Yep, but we're just seeing right now the potential of Raymond. Early game, we can't really expect Raymond to have a lot of shield. She doesn't have items yet.
Yep.
But now that she has items already, it's about time for Devil's District Valstar to really step up. And probably when the late game comes, Nada Mon will have a lot of damage potential and sustained potential as well. Especially coming from Mon, right? But where are you going, CZ? That was one hell of a black shoes there.
Yeah.
Thankfully, she was able to survive.
She is able to survive that onslaught coming from ODK Valkyrie's 3 members. But then, the threat of the damage. That's just one Sanguine's Claw and one Bat Impact coming in from Rosie. Together with the basic attack from Lucy, let's say. But here comes the counter engagement onto the bottom lane. 3 members are going to chase down and dive these 2 members. But then, they will be escaping through that. They know that they are outnumbered. Lilia going in for the rotation as well. They want to turret dive now, but Katie, the sustainability, and the turret will be the casualty. 4 members versus 4. CEZ versus Ozan. They saw each other onto the river side, and Raymond zoning the other members, letting DDV escape. They know that they just want the turret down. They don't want to engage more.
While ODK Valkyrie has been on the lead for a lot of minutes of this game, Devil's District Valstars was not really left behind that much, right? Look at the gold lead right now. It's only 1K. 1K upper hand coming from ODK Valkyrie. But as for Devil's District Valstars, they can still turn this thing around. It's not really that much of a lead, right? Just one clash that they will win.
Yeah.
They'll really have the upper hand from there, and they can control the map with the power that Raymond has with the Matilda.
One clash is all it takes, but here comes the clash. No! No, sir. Look at the discipline coming in from OTK Valkyrie. They just baited the Lord, and they don't want to engage. But Rain right now, Kate is looking for a good Numinum Blast right there onto that bush side. But Ozan, seeing Raymond right there onto the river, they are just baiting. Whoever initiates this Lord might be counter-initiated. That's the worry of these 2 teams.
Actually, that's why they're really hesitating, right?
Yeah.
Actually, when it comes to female pro leagues, they're always playing safe. You
Oh!
can always count on that.
Are all female playing safe? But going back to the game!
I can't believe you, man. Well, ODK Valkyrie, they already initiated this Lord fight.
Oh, here comes the greater engagement. 4 versus 4 members. Here comes the stun. And also going in for the headbutt. But CEZ onto the back lanes. They want to flank. But then the Black Dragon the Morning Star Ball onto the back as well. But then Carry with a free hit. Putting Mon out of the game, mga kaibigan. Pero Rain onto the other side with the flank. But who gonna get the Lord? The retribution from the Akai. ODK Valkyrie had gained advantage. 4-man down plus the Lord. What a nice advantage coming in from ODK Valkyries.
Now, Devil's District Valstars suffered a lot of loss. We were just talking about them needing one clash to win. And then they'll have the upper hand from there. But unfortunately, ODK Valkyries has better plans. Pushing away Mon there. And, you know, just microwing everybody from Devil's District Valstars with the power of the bats that Rose has. Those blades coming from Jen. They were really powerful. And it's already 11 minutes into the game, and they've been farming well.
Yeah.
For the first half of this game.
This is the sizable lead. We are talking to 5,000 for ODK Valkyrie. But a pause will be requested once again by ODK Valkyries right now.
Yes. So finally it's their time to ask for that pause that they need. I'm not sure. I mean, this is still the professional league, right? And you really want to play professionally. So you just don't leave things to chance. Even though they're on the lead, and we were talking about them having 5K gold lead against Devil's District Valstrax, right? It doesn't mean that you want to risk your internet connection still, right?
Yeah, and there came an issue international. Remember the EVOS Legends where the Phobius disconnected and there's no pause. We want to avoid those things onto this league. So if there would be players fighting against network problems. You just have to request for a pause to make it work. And this Female Pro League Season 5, of course, is looking forward to players putting their A game in every game.
Yep. So right now, since we're waiting for the players to get back, I want to know your thoughts there in the comment section. What do you feel about ODK Valkyries and Devil's District Valstrax?
I can see a lot of ODK fans right here.
Really?
They have been saying go ODK from Denise Lanita, Ram Legaspi, Mark Gian, Riantaso, Marvin De La Cruz Arroyo, and Kate De Castro. They are all rooting for ODK.
Yep. So right now, I also want to talk to our viewers. There you go. So yeah, shout out to everybody who's watching. Christine Isabel's here. Oh, hi. How are you? How are
You know Christine Isabel? I'm asking. I'm asking
I'm
honestly.
actually scared. I'm actually scared that you would pull off a joke this time.
No, I'm just asking honestly if you know Christine Isabel because you greeted her. I mean, you greeted her like you know her.
Of course I do. She's a great player.
But going back to the game, oh, we have just one pause.
Oh.
Oh, another pause. And that's gonna be ODK Valkyrie again requesting for it. And I believe that would be the last pause they have.
Yep, but they can't. I mean, we
Ooh.
understand that we need to fix our connection, but we also have limits for that. So yeah, shout out to Pang-apat T. Pang-apat T.
They both, these teams both have one remaining pauses.
Yeah.
So this is safe. Oh, clash pause.
Yeah.
That's a technical. So whenever there's a clash, you can ask for a pause. So there are two kinds of pauses, a clash pause and a normal pause.
Yes, a normal pause.
Unclash pause.
Well, actually, I think that's very kind to allow a clash pause because you know with our practice, right? We don't usually allow clash pauses. So yeah, it's really hard, and it's really hard to like have a pause when you're really into it. Like you have that momentum. You're in that zone. You know.
You're putting all of your energy onto your cell phone. You want to clash, you want to win, but
you want to clash, you want to win.
Pause. Oh,
you want to put all your energy into the game.
You really need to pause in real life too. You know, to carry over the momentum.
That's really hard. That's really hard. I can imagine myself getting a pause when I'm really in the zone.
You
oh my
have
gosh.
to pause because you have to carry over the momentum after the pause. So you have to conserve the momentum energy onto you. But
you have to like freeze. Freeze that momentum.
Yeah, you gotta
Shout
freeze.
out Hashi. How are you?
Go Gals, you got this. Mariela Toralde with a comment right there. Go Leo Bora, Laginlin, go Chino Ramos. Galingan nyo po, sabi ni Ram Likas.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Actually, magagaling naman talaga sila. Yung Devil's District Valstrax, they were really, they just, what do you call this? They just fell short last season. They lost against the Envy Astra.
Oh,
And
Envy Astra.
Yeah, Envy Astra, the champion of last season. Yeah.
And going back to the game, we have it. And I believe their connections are now okay. ODK Valkyrie right there, taking down that second turret onto the mid lane. But then 5 members went to respond quickly and try to defend, but they are too late for that.
Yep. Now, there's already a 6k gold lead coming from ODK Valkyrie. We were just talking about earlier how Devil's District Valstrax just need 1k. 1k, one clash, 1k.
One clash is all it takes.
Yes, something like that. But ODK Valkyrie doesn't really plan on giving the win to Devil's District Valstrax at all costs. Even though how hard they try. ODK Valkyrie still, they have a very systematic kind of choreography when it comes to setting up their clashes.
Yeah.
Especially during that time when Mon just really went in and they had to drive her away.
They have to zone the zoner away.
Yeah.
But now 4 members
don't
against
zone
5.
The zoner.
But Lucy right there, 50% HP left because of the knockout strike coming in from Reina. But then they would disengage. They just went to invade that purple buff. And maybe wait for this next Lord. This is a Luminous Lord. 35 seconds before the respawn of this Lord.
You wanna bet? What you wanna bet? What time do you think this game will end?
Let's give it at 17 minutes and 41 seconds.
What? That's specific?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go for somewhere 18 to 19.
Oh, that's not specific.
Well, I didn't really
Yeah,
ask
but
for
I
something
accept it.
specific. But so let's see. Now, Devils and Valstrax, they're having a hard time finding the whereabouts of ODK Valkyrie. Yeah, but they don't know that they're just there. They're all there. So now they're just hiding. Each team's just waiting for the other to show up.
Possible concealed play, we can see it.
Okay, they're coming in.
But then the Sagwit Glotted check! That bush coming in from ODK Valkyrie, and look at that! They just disorientated the Devil's District Valstrax at just one push, getting this Lord freely. A Luminous Lord for ODK Valkyrie. Could this be it?
Yep, that's one Luminous Lord that we're talking about. The pressure is going to be real for the side of Devil's Valstrax. And they're forced to contain themselves in their base. They don't want to move around anymore. Yeah, they're under quarantine. Exactly. So Devil's Valstrax, they have to put on their best defenses. But how are they going to do it? They have to figure out who they're going to put up in front. And then the reinforcements will come. But Raymond is just really overextending right now. That Devil's Valstrax, they don't really know whether they're going to do some follow-ups or not.
And I need to see Mon with the Esmeralda step up and zone the back lanes, but the Lord will be taking down this inhibitor turret onto the mid lane and also onto the top lane. But then, oh, the mid lane is still up. It's not yet done, but Carry Jen from ODK Valkyrie will finish the job. And no commitment, no overcommitment for ODK Valkyrie. If they would go for defense, they want to let DDV overcommit and they counter-initiate. But then, no overcommitment from them. They want to take down again this bottom lane inhibitor turret. But with the Black Dragon form and the conceal, zoning the members, zoning the defenders away, they're going to be taking down all turrets for DDV. But right now, the clash is there. The knockup coming in from Lucy. But then, Lucy will fall down on Luminum Blast and Heavy Spin. Kind of in sync with the skill management coming from ODK Valkyrie. Now 4 members still alive, defending the base. But Mon is going to be down as well. 2-1 exchange for ODK Valkyrie.
There you have it. The last 3 members of Devil's District Valstrax trying to survive.
Knockout strike. And here comes the Bennett stage once for Beatrix. But Akai will be going down. Here comes the push from DDV. They will engage, but no, sir. They want to be disciplined enough just to defend the base, do not overcommit, and let them do mistakes.
Actually, Kate's shield there just had to expire. She couldn't protect Jen and Rose anymore. They had to back away, which is actually a good call because they can't risk their lives any further. Now, ODK Valkyrie, they're just waiting for Osan to come back up. That was actually a good entrance from Lucy with the Black Dragon form in there. Yeah, the pressure was really real for the side of Devil's District Valstrax, but unfortunately, it wasn't really enough to close the game.
But I think that's too long. Whenever you're in the Black Dragon form, you are too vulnerable.
Yeah.
For free hits, for damage coming from the Beatrix, from the Marksman, and even from the Lilia.
Okay.
So that's why I think ODK Valkyrie lost that engagement. But still, it's an advantage for them. That's 3 inhibitor
it's
turrets.
really sad when you lose an engagement, right? Anyway, Devil's District Valstrax. Okay, now that was actually a good call from them. Aside from the, it's a kind of a misplay though from ODK Valkyrie, but it's never too late for ODK Valkyrie to to put things in order because they're still on the lead.
Yeah.
And it's actually Devil's District Valstrax who needs to do the catching up, not really ODK Valkyrie. So that Lord was taken again by ODK Valkyrie very freely, didn't even sweat about it. Now, Devil's District Valstrax, this is another problem from them. There's just going to be round number 2 of what happened earlier.
But still, this is not an evolved Lord yet. This is, I believe, a 20k HP Lord. But onto the top lane, they saw Rain. But then they don't have the damage yet. Now the Lord is marching down the middle lane. ODK Valkyrie looking forward to finish this game as soon as possible. Because the late game, somehow, DDV has the clear wave potential coming from this Lilia and this Beatrix.
Yeah, it's actually interesting how Jen and Rose would just really cling on to Kate because they wanna take advantage of the shield she can provide.
Yeah.
Yep. So now the
Domino
Black
Blast,
Transform.
plus the flicker, getting one member. That's gonna be easy. No more black shoes, but then Lucy and Rose will finish the kill. Unstoppable for the Scary turret push, and there you go. ODK Valkyrie gets this game on number 1. What an astonishing win for them.
Okay, so ODK Valkyrie took game number 1 in 18 minutes. In 18 minutes. And I was never really worried about their team composition, their team fight coordination. You need a lot of crowd controls for you to disable your enemy team. And with that, they were successful about it.
Knowing they have this Akai and Lolita.
Akai, Lolita.
Even the Sanguine's Claw is considered a crowd control.
Especially,
And
yes.
they maximize the full potential of it. Looking at that, I believe that's the second lord of the game, to where they want, DDV wanted to check the bush, but the Sanguine's Claw is there. That's 50% HP right away. Taken from Remon. And Remon is the position 5 or the roamer. You might as well want to utilize the Matilda to sustain the other members, but how can she sustain if she will be the first one to be eliminated?
Actually, what I feel about Devil's District Valstrax is they failed to take advantage of the early game. We were talking about them having the capabilities to zone out all their opponents from ODK Valkyries, but they weren't really doing it. They need to be more assertive about their skills. They need to believe in their capabilities.
And as we look at the highlights, that first blood, you mentioned it that you might as well want to see Devil's District Valstrax dominate for the early game, knowing that they have this Matilda for the mobility and the aggression from the Paquito. But then ODK Valkyrie being systematic enough to face the aggression and to counter aggregate the side of the Devil's District Valstrax. Objectives have been taken down. Good zoning, as we can see from this Lucy using the Yuzong. Good zone from Esmeralda, but then the respond of the teammates.
Yep. Now, ODK Valkyries, this is actually just somewhere in the mid-game. They just kept on taking on the Lord. Actually, there was no objective taken by Devil's District Valstrax throughout the whole game.
Yeah.
So ODK Valkyries had all the advantage that they needed. And even after that last Lord, it was really easy for them because Devil's District Valstrax, they were already suffering a lot of pressure coming from the minion waves, coming from those catapults, and Jen was just really free hitting from there.
ODK Valkyrie had invested a lot from the early game, from the mid game, to where that single mistake onto that close-out game, it doesn't even matter for ODK Valkyrie. They just finished the game gracefully. Not perfectly, because they could almost do that with the first turret siege they did. But then the Devil's District Valstrax rather went for a good defense, but then fell short of doing or creating an epic comeback.
Oh,
and here
there you
comes
go.
the MVP.
Oh, I wouldn't contest that one. Jen has been a good gold laner throughout the whole game. She knows where to position. She knows who to cling on to, which is Kate. She rarely leaves her side, actually, and she picked the right items. And we were talking about this. She picked the Windtalker first rather than the Golden Staff first, wanting to deal the damage, wanting to get the damage output as soon as possible.
And to farm faster,
Yes.
knowing that this Windtalker provides you added hits or added magic damage,
the splash.
The splash, and putting that golden staff right away after the Windtalker, converting those critical damage into attack speed, getting this carry to do the free hit job.
And she never died throughout the whole game.
No one had ever touched, never been touched.
Yeah, nobody can come near her.
Yeah,
Kate was always there, and then she was just really well protected by all the creatures that they have.
yeah, and remember they also have this Akai.
Yep.
Whoever goes near Kari or even near Rose, they just will commit the heavy spin just to show away those zoners or those backlane specialists for Devil's District Valstrax. And for game number 2, I'm expecting some draft adjustments.
The first adjustment I want to see. I want to see Devil's District Valstrax ban Akai.
Oh.
It's really hard to maneuver having an Akai in the Latodon. You know that heavy spin, despite the crowd control potentials that a Paquito can do, you can't really cancel the heavy spin.
Yeah.
Once that panda started spinning, there are no punches that could counter it.
Oh, yeah. Kung Fu Panda versus a boxer. Therefore, Kung Fu will win.
Really?
Yeah, because boxing you don't use your feet, but Kung Fu you can use everything, even the fishing pole.
Let's go, Joshi Cakes. Let's go, Joshi Cakes. I'm with you. I'm with you. You're my partner for today,
Okay.
right?
I thought, you don't get it. Oh,
Seriously? Seriously, you'd put this on me? But anyway, yeah, we were talking about adjustments, right?
yeah.
Let's ban the Akai, please. Devil's District
adjustment.
Valstrax. And, but if they're gonna ban the Akai, they're gonna have to open at least one.
But they would be the first pick right now.
That's true.
So they can go, instead of banning the Sakai, you just have to deny pick the Akai.
Actually, that's actually a good call. It's actually a good call. If they get the Akai, they might have an advantage for the second game. Yes, guys, this is a best of 3 series. And are you looking forward to see a game number 3?
Yes, why not?
I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
Because these girls, we've known them for playing their hearts out.
Yes, and they're
And,
very
they
strong.
don't
a lot
wanna lose.
stronger than me when it comes to playing this game.
And as we enter our game number 2, drafting phase, Devil's District Valstrax now looking forward to tie the series right now. But this is still an upper bracket match.
Yes,
So
it is.
losing this series will just put you into the lower bracket, but you still don't want it.
Yeah, that actually takes up a lot of time. So it doesn't really matter though. If one of these ladies go to the lower bracket, they're just gonna have to face a different opponent and climb back up. But that will be one hell of a story too.
Yeah. And your chances of survival are diminished onto the lower bracket.
That's true. And if you lose the lower bracket, there's
No
no
more.
lower bracket.
Yeah, no lower. No second floor lower.
There's no basement.
There's no basement. There's no
no
basement too.
underground.
But then DDV still went to ban the Smasha out. I believe they would still go
Oh,
for
they're
even a
going for the
1-1
same bans,
or
yeah.
Beatrix.
Yeah, these are exactly the bans that they did earlier.
Ban
Yeah.
1-1.
Still the same bands.
Valentina Atlas?
Yeah, that's what they banned earlier.
Atlas.
Okay. And then Valentina.
Valentina.
They're gonna use the same bands.
Yes.
Actually, Devil's District Valstrax did this last season.
Oh, thumbs. Look at that.
Yeah, they keep on banning the same heroes. There was actually this one game, 2 games actually, consecutive games, that the bans in the drafts were exactly the same.
Oh, and the Valentina. Oh, DK Valkyrie never fails us, ladies and gents.
Very predictable.
Yeah. First pick, Savior will
Please
do.
pick
Sicilian
Akai.
will do. Then I pick the Akai. If you're not gonna pick Akai, then OTK Valkyrie would definitely pick that Akai.
Now that they have the first pick advantage, they have to make the most out of it.
Yeah. If they want to dictate the tempo for this game number 2 by this draft, we are looking forward to see how would they do that. And Sicilian,
Oh, that was the first pick
That-
earlier.
yeah.
that was the first pick early, but it was on the hands of ODK Valkyrie. Now, Devil's District
Beatrix.
Valstrax want this for their own.
OTK Valkyrie with the Beatrix and Akai.
Those were the 2 picks.
Oh, Esmeralda!
Actually, it was the Esmeralda and the Beatrix
Yeah.
earlier.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this a replay? Are we really looking at a live game right now?
Well, Devil's District Valstrax can go for an Akai
Akai.
here.
Oh,
no,
the
this is the
Dire
first one, the first time we're
And
seeing this.
Karina.
Yep.
Good.
Okay, so they changed the course of the draft. Now Akai is open, and the ODK Valkyries. they're not
Yes,
gonna
there
let
you
this
go.
Yeah.
Kung Fu Panda is back at it again.
Now
for
I'm,
game
actu- I'm
number
actually
2.
worried. I'm actually worried for Devil's District Valstrax right now.
Well, not much of a worry right now because they want to dictate the tempo, and they dictated that because they countered that Esmeralda with this Dairoth and that Beatrix with this Karina. So still, we're going back to the way the MOBB we used to.
Okay.
The Karina Mage, the
Yes.
damage item Karina. It can possibly tear down that Akai.
Yes.
But the bans, Popol and Koopa for ODK Valkyrie and the Kufra, Savior, and the Eve for Devil's District Valstrax.
Now, what I worry about Devil's District Valstrax is either or if the Karina will have to go for the tanky build or the full magical damage build. It's still gonna be hard to go for objectives because we're talking about an Akai here. It's the heavy spin retribution combination that there's no way that a Karina can just cast any Shadow Assault anytime. What?
Faramis!
Oh, wow! Wow! Okay. I do understand that we're both a fan of this hero, right?
Yeah.
And is gonna add more tankiness to ODK Valkyrie because it's gonna prevent their deaths.
Yeah, and that's a good answer to the damage Karina. If you're gonna burst down anyone for ODK Valkyrie, might as well give them second chance of life. This Faramis.
Yeah.
What a great
I'm actually
draft right there.
imagining right now what's about to happen. And a lot of team fights here. I'm still leaning towards ODK Valkyrie. So I'm looking for a plot twist kind of pick coming from Devil's District Valstrax. They picked the Ruby for additional crowd control. The Brody, single target crowd control.
And the sustainability on the laning phase. Because Brody is one of the tankiest marksmen right now. But look at that.
Wow.
Cyclops.
Wow!
This is a Cyclops position for
Rose.
ODK Valkyrie.
It's gonna be Rose who's gonna use this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no doubts when it comes to Rose being using mid lane heroes. And she's actually good with setting up the crowd controls.
I mean,
but it's single
kind of makes
target.
sense. If you want to lock down a Karina.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was she picked that Cyclops specifically for the Karina.
And Cyclops is, together with Burrito, no, we consider Cyclops as an anti-assassin mage.
Yeah.
Against the Ling,
Yeah, he
even
is.
against the Hayabusa or the Lancelot. I mean,
Yeah.
this Cyclops...
If you're gonna pick an anti-assassin mage, would you go for a Cyclops or a Eudora?
Right now, I mean, I'd go for a Eudora, but if you want like consistent DPS,
Yeah, because Cyclops can provide the single target and the AoE.
the burst and the
Yeah.
DPS as well.
Yes, exactly.
So you
It's
have
actually a good call. It's actually a good call coming from the coach of ODK Valkyrie.
you have more ways to utilize this Cyclops than utilizing a Eudora. But then, welcome onto this game number 2. ODK Valkyrie at a match point against Devil's District Valstrax for the series.
Yeah, I was actually hoping to see a Yoda skin. But okay, it's alright. It's actually cute too. That Halloween special. Yes. Now ODK Valkyrie wants to spook out the souls of Devil's District Valstrax. And 70 seconds they still have left before the first turtle comes up. So they're just really doing all their farming right now. This is Karen, by the way. I remember her. I remember her as the jungler. She has a good coordination with Raymond.
Oh,
She had that.
no
yeah.
wonder Devil's District Valstrax went for that substitute. So it's not just draft adjustment, it's not just going to be gameplay adjustment, but a player substitution as well. Good adjustments for DDV right now, and you might as well want to see them capitalize on that changes. And looking at the gold lead right now, kind of early. Gold lead for DDV, securing a lot of objectives faster than ODK Valkyrie.
Now, as we can see, it's actually Raymond with the Ruby doing all the zoning for Devil's District Valstrax. But Karen, on the other hand, we just hope that she's not getting delayed when it comes to farming and to farming their resources.
When Devil's District Valstrax right now, spotting the aggression we wanted to see from game number 1.
Oh, there you go.
Here comes the flicker and the don't run. But Faram is with those leash trying to secure 2 members. But the DDV, they are able to escape through that. and Oson is too late to respond.
Yep, now the Lord Turtle rather is up. So ODK Valkyrie still has a better advantage when it comes to positioning. And Mon, she's doing her Mon things, trying to delay ODK Valkyrie, but to no ado. It was really hard for Devil's District Valstrax to respond from that. Everybody was just really there from ODK Valkyrie. They're just really present. The only one who's not there was Jen because she has her own priorities, which is to farm here in the early game.
She has to know her priorities, knowing that she would be a gold lane. But then, look at DDV, still providing the aggression, wanting to get that counter kill. But then, ODK Valkyrie still manages to survive and escape through that. And no wonder, Dyrod or Mon died on that skirmish onto the turtle. That's 3 members. And imagine catching all the planets from this Cyclops.
And mobility-wise, ODK Valkyrie has a better advantage. And what I like about Jen, what she did there when a lot of members from Devil's District Valstrax responded into the bottom lane, she just really avoided all the conflict.
Yeah.
She just didn't want to be part of it.
And the responsibilities.
She didn't want to get involved. And as much as you're pressured to like help your teammates and such, you do know that it's not your time yet.
I love myself.
Yep.
She told her teammates, I love myself, guys. You can do that for me. I will go out. I will escape through this, through the fire. But then on the bottom lane, 3 versus 3 once again. But Raymond, almost. But never enough.
Yep, almost is never really enough. Now, Devil's District Valstrax, they're really suffering in the wrath of ODK Valkyrie. You know, it's just 4 minutes into the game, and they're having a hard time already maneuvering their way through this.
And they are being counter-aggravated as well. Again, for this game number 2. Look at the energy shields falling to the hands of Jen, Rosie, and Katie freely. And the torn apart memory, not enough damage for this Brody. And quick disengage for ODK Valkyrie. They wanted to get just the shields or even take down the turret. And then, quick, let's get out of it.
Yep, now the turtle is up again. ODK Valkyries, just like as always, they still have the better positioning. But as for Devil's District Valstrax, this is their chance to do some contesting. But not sure how they're gonna do that. But Raymond is here.
10% HP. Retribution is there. And the leash coming in from Varamis, getting Karen out of the situation. Heavy spin. The second chance in life for ODK Valkyrie is there. Raymond going in for that flicker onto the turret, able to survive. But they wanted more. 4 members turret diving. Raymond, where are you going? You're gonna go down as well. And the turret will be the next casualty.
As for Devil's District Valstrax, it wasn't really smart to just force themselves to contest that turtle. They had to figure out some systematic way to drive them away.
In a more feasible way.
Yep, and it's not, you don't really do that when the turtle is up. What you want to do is before the turtle goes up, you want to make sure that ODK Valkyrie is outnumbered already.
Yeah, and you position yourself perfectly.
Exactly.
Than what the other team can do. But ODK Valkyrie is celebrating a 3k gold lead, or a more or less 3k gold lead right now, and they wanted to invade the purple buff. Sanguine's Club is the bat impact. Now 4 members versus 4. Here comes the don't run. I am offended. I am being hurt, and Esmeralda is the first one going down, but here comes Rosie with the respawn. Karen is down as well. 2-to-1 exchange, and the advantage goes again for ODK Valkyrie.
Raymond, so tanky. She didn't even had to die there, sacrificing the lives of her teammates Karen and Mon. But I'm sure she's carrying some guilt right now. But ODK Valkyries, again, they're celebrating this 2k gold lead. And they want to move forward, just eliminate these turrets of Devil's District Valstrax.
And as much as possible, we want to see Mon like bully this Esmeralda down, but it's the other way around. It's Lucy bullying this Dyrot down, even though that she is directly countered or heavily countered by the hero mechanics alone. Still, the gameplay, Lucy is not letting Mon be successful bullying this lane. And look at the turret takedowns. The bottom lane is very much pushed for DDV, and no one would answer that pressure. 4 members from ODK Valkyrie positioning themselves for the turtle. No contestation available. Again, 3-0 turtle count.
Yep, so ODK Valkyries, it's really easy for them to maneuver because of the crowd controls they can provide with each other, right? Now,
Star power
Devil's District
lockdown.
Valstrax, it's really hard for Raymond, even though she wants to do some I'm offended plays, it's really hard for her members from Devil's District Valstrax to do some follow-ups.
Yeah.
Because all the damages from ODK Valkyries also have these splashes, they're overextending, and Raymond can't just protect everybody.
And also, we're going back to the same story back game number 1.
Yes.
Raymond, the most sustainable hero out there for DDV, is immediately or instantly being bursted down by ODK Valkyrie. So what is the impact of that? DDV, the squishy heroes, even our most sustained hero,
Yep.
gets softer and softer because of Rosie's items. Look at that. Going for a genius run right now after the enchanted talisman for the reduction. So they wanted to inflict maximum damage
Yes.
for DDV.
And I'm actually worried about that Genius one, and I'm glad you mentioned it because, you know, that's going to be a lot of magical penetration
Yeah.
against Devil's District Valstrax. And they don't really have a lot of Athena shields present, right? They're going to have to suffer a lot of damage coming from Rose later on. And Rose, look how free she is.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to hide from anybody. She doesn't need to cling on to Oson nor Kate. She just wants to deal all those damages, and she knows that she will survive because Kate and Oson has her.
Free as a bird.
Yes, exactly.
It is for Rosie, and ODK Valkyrie wants to fly.
And Devil's District Valstrax, it's already a 3k gold short. They're already 3k gold short, but they can still come back from this if and only if they are able. If there's this miracle that they're able to eliminate Oson, but that's gonna take a lot of energy. It's gonna take a lot of skills.
A lot of resources, yes.
This is gonna be very expensive just to take down Oson. And once they're able to, we're not sure if they're still gonna have the damage output to take down the rest of the members of ODK Valkyrie.
Just like what you mentioned, pero look at that. I am offended plus the flicker play, but then it's Lucy. She's just gonna regen the damage inflicted to her.
Yes.
And the Lord will be eventually going to the hands of ODK Valkyrie right now, but this is just the first Sanctuary Lord. But still, ODK Valkyrie wants the buff minions to finally take down the outer turrets that DDV has right now.
So ODK Valkyrie is still free farming, and they're not really worrying about a thing because the Lord is marching towards the side of Devil's District Valstrax. And as for Devil's District Valstrax, again, as always, just like game number 1, they have to put on their best defenses from here on. But how they're gonna do that, we don't know who they're gonna put in front. You want to put Mon in front though, but he doesn't really have she doesn't really have the crowd control to sustain herself or to make setups. The only crowd control that they can put in front is Raymond.
Yeah, and also the Sagwit's Claw from CEZ. But Rosie is the first down
she's
for
gonna
ODK
pursue them.
Valkyrie. Here comes the counter engagement for ODK Valkyrie. But no, they don't want to engage. Rosie is down. So let's just be disciplined enough. Let's just take outer turrets and let's focus on taking this outer than those inhibitor turrets.
Now, Devil's District Valstrax is really having a hard time. These may be their comfort heroes, but they don't really stand a chance when it comes to the crowd controls that ODK Valkyrie can provide against them. Now, I'm offended.
Nako.
Play is up. Going forward, Raymond. She didn't pursue Oson, despite Lucy being out of the game.
That's the remaining worry for ODK Valkyrie.
Yes.
The game is entering the late game or maybe the ultra late game. And this is a Sicilian. Even a single crowd control from Raymond, the Ruby, it's enough. The Sanguine's Claw is there for the follow-up, and even the Bat Impact, it's too painful for even Lucy, the most sustained hero, for the side of ODK Valkyrie.
Yes.
So, I'm looking forward that DDV, Devil's District Valstrax side here, just play it passively, play it more disciplined, and put those skirmishes inside the turrets and create advantage out of it.
They have to. I mean, they have no choice. This is already match point. And things are looking good for the side of ODK Valkyrie. Devil's District Valstrax, they still have like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If we get past that 5 minutes and they still don't have the upper hand, we're gonna call it. It's gonna be the win's gonna be in the hands of ODK Valkyries. But if Devil's District Valstrax, they're just able to pick off one and then do more follow-ups. It was really sad to see that when they were able to pick off Lucy, they didn't pursue the other members anymore. They would have gotten a lot of advantage from there.
They're expecting... They are respecting the damage coming in from that Beatrix Jen.
Yeah, they just didn't want to be impulsive about it.
Yeah. And they just want to take these things as small steps that would lead to success. And they don't want to risk. Like, yeah, we know high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
But too
But
much.
there's also high risk, high loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
we
like
have
I
boundaries.
said, right? This is a female pro league,
Yeah.
and these girls want to play it safe.
Oh, so...
Based from experience.
Okay.
Based from experience, from all the games I casted here, I rarely see all those high risk, high reward plays. I swear.
And based
All
on
these,
your experience...
My experience? What do you mean my experience?
I mean, do you...
You play with me. You play with me. You know how I risk.
Okay. Okay, I remember
You know how I
a lot
risk and
of
lose.
instances. And before we forget, let's get back to the game.
Okay, of course. we will
ODK
never
Valkyrie
forget.
right now enjoying just a 2,314.7 gold lead. And we want to see ODK Valkyrie put up a good closeout game just like what they did on game
Okay.
number 1.
Yeah, and they're actually very patient.
Yeah.
You know, despite having this high upper hand, high advantage against Devil District Valstrax, they're still not. Look at how they're just laying still in those bushes. They don't want to be impulsive. They're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to take one down.
They just want to hang out and chill.
Are you sure that's
Yeah,
what they're
because
doing?
it's fresh
Okay.
there. It's cool there.
Yeah, it's actually you can actually breathe well when you're in the
Yeah.
grass.
Pure oxygen
Yeah, that's
coming up from
I
the
agree with
grasses
you.
and the bushes.
I do agree with
And
you.
Lucy on the side of OTK Valkyrie just creating and continually putting pressure onto that single lane, forcing DDV to react. 3 members are going to react right now. Purple Invasion for ODK Valkyrie, but the exchange would be the life of Lucy. But then opens up space for this Lord takedown fast. Lord takedown for ODK Valkyrie.
Oh, that was an easy lore take coming from ODK Valkyrie. Devil's District Valstrax, I'm not sure whether they're aware of the lore take or they just didn't really want to contest it. They just really went for a different objective,
Yeah.
aka clearing those minion waves.
And pushing.
Yeah. It's like we said, it wasn't really worth the risk.
Yeah. And
they
it's
didn't really find it worth it.
it's definitely at a disadvantage. Looking at comparing the takedowns, that was a Lord.
Yeah.
Compared to an Esmeralda in a turret takedown. Still, this is a Luminous Lord for ODK Valkyrie, putting pressure onto the top lane. But ODK Valkyrie went to go to the outer side of the map, taking down that outer turret, and the mid lane would be the next.
Yep, that's true. Now Devil's District Valstrax, they're gonna have to play it safe more than ever.
The Paramis with the ultimate, providing second chance of life, but I am offended plus the flicker right there from Ramon. Ladies and gents,
Whoa!
look at Devil's District Valstrax taking down 3 members from ODK Valkyrie. Would this be the revenge they needed?
What was that, ODK Valkyrie? They pushed their limits when there were just 3 of them.
Ooh.
Jen had to back away. She didn't join the party anymore because she was afraid of those bats, those bat damages. And they had to all go down despite having the second chance of life provided by Kate.
Another, I am offended, don't run. But then ODK Valkyrie will try just to survive. And no wonder Jen is afraid of the bats.
Yes. it's
Because
already
Beatrix
very
is just a
painful right
teen.
now. And yeah. Yeah. Let's go, Joshi Cakes. But aside from that, Jen also doesn't have an Athena shield yet.
Yeah.
She needs that.
Not enough defensive items for Jen. And as much as possible, you want this Beatrix to inflict much of a damage. So, this defensive item is not much of a priority for Jen. But looking at the situation right now, we are entering the 15-minute mark and she has respect the magic damage from the Sicilian and this Karina as well.
Yep, and I remember ODK Valkyrie. That was actually kind of a costly mistake there. Now, Devil's District Valstrax is taking advantage of it.
But the bottom lane,
Lucy is maintaining her sustainability.
inhibitor turn is
But
down, and the
there
inhibitor's
you go.
passion is there, plus the flicker and the free hit and the shutdown. ODK Valkyrie,
Oh, free lane!
pushing, no
Whoa!
one's gonna defend, and ODK Valkyrie in just a swift finishing the series off, getting this game against Devil's District Valstrax.
What a diversion play in there. Lucy had to she had to hold all those damages.
Yeah.
She had to take in all the pain just to make sure that her teammates there in the bottom lane will be able to free hit the base. Right?
Yes.
She was dealing with a lot of members coming from Devil's District Valstrax there at the top.
Sometimes you have to be hurt for others to succeed.
That's true. And Lucy for ODK Valkyrie, she's a real team player.
Yeah, a real hero. And oh, that was one good play from the three members of ODK Valkyrie rather, and the Faramis ultimate. It complements well.
It does. It does. I was actually worried for a little there because Rose.
Almost died in the situation.
Yeah. Rose had to die there, and the Cyclops didn't really have anywhere to go. I mean, she wanted to deal damage, but it was already too late. It's already too late. And how could they miss that, right? They were so focused at the top. They were so focused at the top, they forgot to protect their base. That was District Valstrax.
And you mentioned it a while ago as well that if the ticking time bomb after that 11-minute mark is 5 minutes, but then ODK Valkyrie heard you and said, let's finish this before
In
17
5
minutes.
Yes.
Yes. And that's what they did. Looking at the highlights for this game number 2, aggression is there for DDV, but then ODK Valkyrie, there came a point in time where they counter-aggregated DDV and no one's ever stopped them. Good I am offended play, good sustain, good crowd control, but it isn't enough to close out the game.
Actually, this is the time when ODK Valkyrie just didn't want to have any of it. They just want to finish the game real quick, and that's what they did. But again, it wouldn't be possible without Lucy's distraction.
Yeah.
You know, Esmeralda's so beautiful. How could you not be distracted with her?
With the dance as well.
With those dances. She's a real
members.
temptation, man.
Yeah, three members from DDV are tempted with Lucy. And that's the story of our first series. And take a bet. Who's the MVP?
What? Personally, I'd go for Lucy.
I'll go for...
Personally, that's just a personal pick. But it's not really a bet. It's not really
Okay.
Why would you still go for
Mine's
Zen?
personal MVP is Faramis.
Rimon.
No, it's not Rimon.
It's not Rimon. Rimon's the Ruby. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not her.
But the Faramis.
Yes.
The ultimate of the Faramis complements well every time the skirmishes is there. And just like what we have been saying, the second chance in life, that's just one single chance, but it has been utilized well.
Oh, there
Look
you
at
go.
that. Faramis
Yeah.
is indeed the MVP of the game with a 3-1-3, kind of a low scoring game, but still 6 out of, I believe, 9. Team fight participation, that's around 60%. Still good and provided utility, the real definition of utility.
Yes, as a support. And she was also using the pull yourself together. She wanted to make sure that she's always alive for her teammates. She wanted to give all her time and effort for them, which paved the way for their success. And they're actually going to move on
To the next round.
to the next round here in the
Still,
upper bracket.
At upper bracket, and Devil's District Valstrax on the other side, or on the other hand, falls down to our lower bracket.
So that's actually it for our first match of the day. We're still going to have more, and stay tuned for that. But before anything else, Female Pro League. This tournament is powered by Cerebra Media and is under the supervision and regulation by the Philippine government through the Games and Amusement Board under the Office of the President. This is also powered by Pinoy Gamer, our official media partner this Season 5.
Don't forget to share, comment, and like and react onto our stream, and use the official hashtag whenever you're commenting, hashtag FEPLS5.
And again, I'm Byron JP. With me is Joshi Cakes. We'll be back after a short break, so stay tuned and let's watch the next of the matches.
hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX. hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX.
Kaibigan mula sa lahat ng bata lupa para bigyan kayo malupitang itlugan at kasama ko di.
Saan ang nagawa sa kapatiha kung mahal mo?
Kaso di ka pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang WAC DX.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX. kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DN.
Kaibigan mula sa lahat ng bata lupa para bigyan kayo ng malupitang itlogan at kasama ko si
Dahil sa diwa sa katabiha kung mahal mo.
Kaso di sa pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang Walk DX.
Magiging mahinahon nga ba ang mga higante ng Gentle Giants FEO? Mananaig ang puyat ng mga IDNS Wings ngayong series na to. This is series number 2, Gentle Giants FE versus IDNS Wings. At kami pa rin ang inyong makakasama, Joshi Cakes and Paring JP.
Yan. So magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Madilim na hapon. And Gentle Giants FE and IDNS Wings nga masasaksihan natin for the second match of the day. So, Gentle Giants FE, isa rin to sa mga direct invite dahil sa success nila nung previous season. Nag-fall short lang sila against NV Astra 2, but they're here to redeem themselves. And let's see if they can also move on to the round 2 of the playoffs with the ODK Valkyrie. Or magkikita kaya sila ulit ng Devil's District Valstra sa lower bracket.
Depende yan eh. Malalaman natin yan sa serye na to. Pero IDNS Wings, ito yung mga puyat na laging kumikindat.
Oo.
Diba?
IDNS Wings.
Okay. Pero it's either wings na kindat o wings na pakpak. Baka kasi lumipad sila.
Yep. And IDNS Wings, nag-look forward ako, to be honest, na makakita ng new heroes sa pool nila. Kasi for the last times na napanood ko sila maglaro, hindi pa gaanong pasok sa meta yung mga ginagamit nilang heroes. So, with enough time to prepare, maybe they were able to catch up already.
Pwede. Pero Gentle Giants FE right now, banning out the Faramis.
Oh, wow. Well,
kasi, if you take into consideration this hero, ang dami niyang pwedeng gawin.
It's true.
Diba? The recent revamp sa kanya, yung leash niya sobrang haba na ng range nun. And pwede mo siyang ipop anytime within the duration of that skill. So, pwedeng crowd control, basta maximum, the definition of utility, tulad nga nasabi natin, nung recent concluded series natin for game number 2 ng ODK Valkyrie and DDV, talagang na-maximize ng ODK Valkyrie yung paggamit ng Faramis right there. And Gentle Giants FE removed that, but IDNS Wings removed the Karina instead.
Yes, and actually, yung Faramis, I support that decision to ban it out. Pero not that early siguro. Diba? Pero, kasi you can still ban a lot more heroes like Akai. I'm still here sa thought na parang ayaw mo ibigay yung Akai. Parang same thing na kung gaano mo ka-hate si Tams. Ganon. Ganon yung levels. Yes. So yes.
May kumakaway eh. May nakita tayo kumakaway. Hindi natin pwedeng palampasin.
Shoutout pala kay Demigods Gaming na nandito.
Ang pogi eh.
Oo nga eh. Grabe talaga na parang tawag doon, distraction eh. In a good way. Yeah.
Short-lived distraction. Diba? Pero, ibang binibigay sa akin. Pero ito, IDNS Wings. Right here, banning out this 1-1. So, tinanggal nila yung Karina, tinanggal nila yung 1-1. These are the most, or the top tier bannable heroes sa meta ngayon. And for Gentle Giants FE, Ooh, Eve.
Yan, isa sa mga hero na hindi pa natin nakikita maglaro ngayong araw. And ayaw din nila tayong pagbigyan kasi binan nga nila, but IDNS Wings, they can still ban for sustain or crowd control type hero, Akai or Thams. Kasi you can always open the Valentina naman eh. It's
And-
not as threatening
Oo.
as the Thams or
Or the other.
or the
The
others.
other heroes na pwedeng
Julian's still
i-priority
open
pick.
though.
Oh.
Oh, Beatrix, you banned the Beatrix. Sige. There are a lot of options though for the gold
Removing
laners.
the top two for me. Top two mark or gold laners right now. Banning that out. IDNS Wings, siguro kukuha sila dito ng isang squishy na gold. Maybe a Melissa will do. Possible yon. But for Gentle Giants, FE, ang daming open. Akai, Thams, Julian, you've mentioned it. Cecilion. Kasi sobrang talamak ng Cecilion dito sa FE. And there you have it. Julian, ang daming pwedeng gawin eh. You can situate this Julian as an XP laner, as a position 4, or as a jungler.
Yep. Though my personal preference, I'd put it sa mid lane. I feel like that's where he really belongs. Mga ganon. Ganon.
The perfect pit.
Yeah, perfect. But as for IDNS Wings, medyo they did not only disable Gentle Giants FE, they also disable themselves pagdating sa
Double-edged
pagpili
sword
ng
eh,
pagdating sa pagpili ng magandang gold laner. But it's really too early to tell din kung ano ba yung perfect gold laner to use against your opponents. You mentioned the Melissa earlier. They'd only use that if alam mong magsasama-sama jutsu yung mga kalaban
Yeah,
mo.
oo. Kumbaga kung ang nature ng kalaban nyo is to group up, Akai, Cecilion, these are the most, tira mo, games played 18, that's 11 out of 18 na ipanalo ng IDNS Wings with this Akai. So, let's see kasi still open ang thumbs, could be a jungler for Gentle Giants FE, pero kung objective takedown, alam natin Akai.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree. And yung Akai kasi talaga, it's one of the heroes right now na sobrang hirap kontrahin na whether it's gonna be a jungler or a roamer or EXP laner sometimes. Pero Gentle Giants FE ngayon, pumili na sila ng Valentina. Yeah, Valentina and Thams, actually, very strong arm picks to. Coming
very
from
strong.
Gentle Giants FE, now they have the potential to copy the heavy spin.
Yeah.
And the sustainability of the Thams, especially laning phase. Wait lang, parang hindi ko na gusto ito lang yung gusto kong sabihin dahil sa pagdating ng Masha sa picture.
Oo kasi that removes Gentle Giants FE's chance or probability to pick a marksman na mataas ang damage output pero squishy on the other side.
Yes.
Diba? A Claude. Imagine picking a Claude against a Masha. Yes, gana because of the percent health damage pero once ma-caught off guard ka ng Thunderclap, hindi ka na hindi ka na makakapasok. Diba? Magkakaroon ka na ng anxiety to go inside the skirmish and yun na, mawawala na yung purpose mo doon sa buong engagement na yon. And for Gentle Giants FE, what's left for them is picking a carry.
And actually, Gentle Giants FE, carry is actually a good option. Pero ngayon, hindi kasi natin alam kung advantage to para sa Gentle Giants FE or disadvantage yung pagpili ng Masha at this time of the draft. Kasi they can either be worried na wala na tayong mapili na heroes against this Masha, but they can also be confident about themselves na kukuha tayo ng hero na kayang kontrahin to.
Kumbaga, matagal nang naglalaro itong mga kababaihan na to and they know how to deal with these kinds of situation. And for me, Gentle Giants FE most probably would go for a double sustain side right now.
Okay.
And a YSS score.
Wow, YSS, okay. With a Fleet Warden. I hope to see that. Pero, yun, okay, sige, tingnan natin kung tama ba yung Nostra ni Joshi Cakes. Well, as for IDNS Wings, what's left of them, kailangan din nila ng malakas na gold laner. Pero like we said, dinisable din nila yung sarili nila at the process. But they can still go for a Clint.
Popol and Koopa.
And Popol and Koopa, of course. Kari, you've mentioned this, na parang pwede na nilang piliin po ang Gentle Giants FE, but they also disabled it. They also took it out from the hero pool.
Kumbaga, ano yun yun yung naging factor ko, bakit ko na-consider yung double sustain.
Yes.
Kasi, tinanggal na nila yung isa sa pang-counter sa double sustain side.
Sim.
Diba? Tiscari is out of the picture and the Balmond as well. So, what's left for IDNS Wings is to pick their jungler and their gold laner and a Brody, a sustainable marksman. Ito yung sinasabi natin. Kasi, tinanggal nila yung mga squishy high damage marksman, tapos kukuha sila ngayon ng high damage pero sustainable na marksman.
Yes. And what's interesting about the Brody pick, single target crowd control. So when it comes to laning, medyo need pumili ng Gentle Giants FE na talagang kayang sumabay sa galaw ni Brody, especially sa early game. Kasi Brody, early game, alam mo na, nakaya na yan balagbagan kahit level 2.
Oo.
Level 2, level 3 pa lang siya.
Kumbaga pag tinamaan ka kasi nung kanyang first skill tapos ikaw yung nasa dulo, mas masakit sa'yo and you'd gain more beast marks and that leaves you vulnerable enough for the torn apart memory. But Popolin Kupa, Obisigur and the Franco as well. Na comparison of these lineups, pick-up centric pero sa kabila team fight centric.
Medyo kulang nga tayo ng AOE potential no para sa Gentle Giants FE. But if you really want your lineup to be pick-up centric, then let's go for it. Let's finish the game as early as possible.
Possible, yeah.
Oo. And as for IDNS Wings,
Jungler
na nga lang yung kulang.
or a post 5 or post 3 and off lane.
Either roamer or...
Kasi this Akai, pwede pa tong XP lane nga naman, pero you might as well want to put that into the jungler role to... Esmeralda, nice.
So, we're going to see Masha roamer, Akai jungler still, and Esmeralda
XP
EXP
lane.
lane. Yeah.
Main worry na lang dito is to how would Gentle Giants FE maximize the potential of the IMU ultimate. Kasi ang dami niyang options eh. You can go to get the heavy spin, to get the falling star moon. Diba? Ang dami niyang pwedeng kuhain for IDNS Wings and Gentle Giants FE looking forward sa magandang capitalization ng skill na yon. But as we enter this game number 1 of this series number 2,
Yes.
tanongin na agad kita early game sa 5v5 matchup. Matchup alone. Sino sa tingin mo lalamang ng early?
Game. Early game, I'd root for Gentle Giants FE because of the potential of the Franco. Kasi, alam mo na, the presence of the Franco talaga it causes anxiety. It can give a lot of space for your jungle to farm. But I'd also like to ask you, in terms of laning naman, kaninong kwentong lane ka pinaka-interesado dito?
Well, Gentle Giants FE din eh. Kasi this Julian definitely is a mid lane Julian. Alam natin na hindi niya kailangan mag-level 4. Kailangan lang niya level 3. Kailangan lang nakunin lahat, yung swords, yung sights, yung chains, and any combo will do. And simula na yon agad nang pwedeng sabihin na natin yung peak of potential at maximum for Gentle Giants FE. Kasi level 3 lang kailangan nila, ang bilis nilang pwedeng mag-spike up ng mga power spike nila. But hindi natin tatanggalin dito yung late game potential na meron ang IDNS Wings. Kasi ultimate dependent din sila kahit papano eh.
Totoo.
Diba?
Yes, totoo yun. Kaya ngayon, sabi mo naman, na early game matchup, wala pa din yung mga ultimate nila. Kaya, kung ultimate dependent man sila, they'll have to wait for some time. Huwag muna siguro mag-engage sa first few minutes of the game until you get your resources. So ngayon, ayan pala si, Unsuper Daz. Unsuper Daz na siya ngayon. Okay.
Alam mo ba yung kwento niyan? Bakit Unsuper Daz na siya?
Bakit? Sila ni Ang. Bakit?
Wala lang. Kasi yung jowa niya sa Onyx na, may kakamping super. So parang na-inherit lang niya. Siya, unsuper naman siya. Ganon.
Bakit hindi pwede? Hindi ba pwedeng pareho silang super?
Hindi. Hindi naman sila magjowa eh. Ang IGN ng jowa niya, Sensui. Okay. Hindi naman super Sensui. Unsuper lang siya. Ganon. Ewan ko lang, feeling ko doon niya lang nakuha yun.
Kulit mo na, Joshi Kings. Pero ngayon, okay. Sige, ito yung sinasabi natin eh. Kwentong laning. Nagsama-sama sila agad. Right after makuha ng junglers nila yung specific buffs na kailangan nila, talagang sinamahan na nila yung mga gold laner nila. They understand how much that means dito sa early game rather. Kaya ngayon, there's no way na iiwanan nila itong mga gold laner nila. Kasi alam nila na very crucial. So ngayon, pagandaan na lang talaga ng pag-maneuver dito.
Ay, ine-XP nila itong si Unsuper Ang. Curious lang ako bakit si Angie walang Unsuper or Super.
Wait. Oo nga.
Diba?
Oo.
Unsuper Daz, Unsuper Heidi, Unsuper Ang, Unsuper Shin. Si Angie, hindi pa kasi siya nag-evolve siguro. Wala pa yung
Oo.
final form. Diba?
Oh, medyo nalito rin ako doon to be honest. Kasi si Super Hyde pala yung jungler.
Oo.
Oo.
Tapos naka Demon Slayer siya. Pero
Yes.
ngayon, meron tayong malaking kaganapang makikita dito kasi yung turtle is up for grabs with the heavy speed. Dalawa nag-iikutan, parang Beyblade lang yung laban. At yan mapapatakbo, mapapa-atras si Super Heidi doon sa may bandang likuran. Pero Mingming with a thunderclap doon sa may bandang likuran. Kaso nga lang si Unsuper Ang, masakit yan. Alam mo na nga natin, sinabi na natin na kahit level 3 pa lang, papalag na yan.
Totoo. And dahil nga nagawa niya na maayos yung trabaho niya, nag-level 4 din siya.
Oo.
Di ba? Tapos itong si Kotaro, bakit Kotaro yung pangalan?
Kasi kumukuha siya ng speed. Napapaslow
Kumuha
niya.
na ng speed. Tapos ngayon, okay, si Kotaro, gusto niya mag-cut. I'm not sure though if aware si Unsuper Ang doon sa ginagawa niya. Pero what matters is gusto niya mag-advance.
Kasi yun naman talaga yung kumbaga, main gameplay ng isang Esmeralda. To cut the lanes and to respond quickly doon sa mga turtle fights knowing na yung turtle ay magre-respond na naman doon sa may bandang itaas na bahagi. Pero dito sa may bandang ibaba, Angie, Unsuper Shin, and Unsuper Daz, they are trying to babysit this Popol and Koopa tulad lang ng ginagawa ng IDS and Wings dito kay Stormy.
And ngayon, parang nahihirapan maghanap ng window of opportunity itong IDNS Wings kung saan ba sila dapat lumusot. Pero kasi yung ganong responsibility is na kay Mingming. But Shuji is
Papasok na ngayon?
actually...
Headbutt?
Oops.
May heavy spin ba? Pero dyan makikita kasi ngayon galit na si
Naku!
Koopa. Ngayon tatlo, makakatapak pa ng trap doon sa may bandang damo. Laban sa tatlo. Pero ngayon kagat na nga si Shuji and heavy spin.
Wow.
Tapos kinopya na lang ni Unsuper Dust para kunin si Mingming. Pero ngayon hindi pa tapos. Kasi naghahabol pa rin sila. IDNS Wings ayaw nang kumurap pa. Pero yung hook hindi natatama. Pero yung likuran. Tignan mo si
ano pa
Super Heidi nandyan. 4 laban sa 4. Pero Unsuper Shin nandito na rin naman. Make it 5v4 kasi Popol plus Koopa. Tapos yung Julian sa may bandang mid lane, Torre lang yung gusto niya.
Yep, actually medyo nakaka-pressure yun para sa IDNS Wings. Hindi nila alam talaga kung saan sila pupunta eh. I was actually expecting for Mingming to step up when it comes to giving space. Pero somehow, Shuji, parang gusto niya lang siya nalang gumawa ng trabaho na yun eh. And she has been committing herself to overextending for IDNS Wings. But that kind of responsibility really falls kay Mingming eh. So kailangan ito si Mingming, now that the turtle is up for grabs, nandun pala siya sa baba. They don't care about the turtle. Gentle Giants FE now has the advantage for this.
Nako turtle fight na naman. Ang inaabangan natin dito sa ika-5 minuto ng ating laban, pero Gentle Giants FE makukuha na to ng walang contestation from IDNS Wings. And still Mingming trying to babysit Stormy, but look at Angie's damage. Ang sakit na rin agad. In fact, one bite from Koopa took 50% HP from Stormy at hindi pa sila tapos. Tingnan mo yung dalawang miyembro sa may bandang likuran. They just want to gank every time that this gold lane. Hook,
Oops!
won't connect. Pero ngayon, tatlo ang nandito para dumepensa. Nandito rin si Shuji para sumawa, pero may sandwich claw and a heavy spin kami kay Unsuper Dust. May ipit si Mingming. Siyam yung buhay niyan. Wait, tatlo lang pala. Ngayon yung heavy spin, counter engagement from the side of IDNS Wings. Pero ang ganda ng hook!
Bloody hand!
Grabe naman, and the bloody hand as well. Makukuha nila ang buhay ni Mingming. That's a 1-0 exchange. Napakatagal ng laban, pero isa lang yung namatay doon.
Ang kunat din kasi ni Mingming eh, pero was it really worth all their efforts? It was. Now, Gentle Giants FE, since pilay ngayon yung IDNS Wings, giving them more space para mas makapag-farm pa sila dito sa early game. Actually, katatapos na ng early game eh. No? Kasi tapos na yung 5 minutes na meron tayong energy shields. Pero yung Gentle Giants FE, alam nila na nasa kanila yung upper hand. This is 1K gold lead. Though marami magsasabi na insignificant, pero kasi just the presence of a Super Shin,
Yeah.
really messes up the whole composition of IDNS Wings.
Kumbaga, ito yung sinasabi mo, umpisa pa lang na presence pa lang niya, diba? Alam mo na may iwasan kang hook, may iwasan kang flicker bloody hand.
Yes, they can position themselves really well. This early game. And this is what we were calling earlier, na early game-wise, we'd really side with Gentle Giants FE. Pero as for IDNS Wings, they have to wait for some time. Pero ayun na nga, may na-iron hook doon!
Si
Tatlo
Jul!
lang, laban sa isa.
Ito yung sinasabi nating yung maximum peak of potential na gusto nang ipakita sa atin ng Gentle Giants FE. And clearly, they are capitalizing on that. Mingming on the bottom lane, gusto na naman nilang hulihin to. And 3 miyembro para sa crowd control, talagang sure na to. Pero hindi, 2 pa yung buhay na meron siya. But Super Heidi just cutting the lanes there onto that back lane. Andito naman si Shuji with the heavy spin. Mahuli na si Super Heidi. And the third part memory is there to finish the job. Tanggal na yung jungler ng side ng Gentle Giants FE. Pero yung counter na makukuha nilang trade ay yung Torre doon sa may bandang baba.
Actually, Gentle Giants FE is just really all about giving space para makapag-farm itong sina Anje at saka si Super Hyde. But somehow, Super Hyde, medyo masim din siya doon. Pero okay lang. Kasi ang mahalaga lang naman talaga na dapat pakainin dito is si Anje and yung alaga niyang si Kupa. So
Nako.
ngayon, IDNS Wings, nagsasuffer na naman sa hands ng Gentle Giants FE. 3 versus 2. Sa baba.
Mukhang papasukin sa loob ng Torre.
Ala,
Agad yung
ala,
Thunderclap.
ala.
Pero nandun yung counter knock-up coming in from that Popol at Kupa. Pero eto na naman, tuloy-tuloy ang tropa ng Gentle Giants. Ebis may bandang likuran. Pero Shuji makakatakas with that heavy spin out. Pero Stormy able to get one mga kaibigan. 3-2 exchange. Pero that's a good shutdown. And the shutdown gold ay napunta pa sa kamay ni Angie.
Totoo. Actually, curious ako ngayon sa plano ng IDNS Wings kung paano sila babawi. Kasi every time na nakikita si Mingming sa picture, hindi nag-hesitate yung Gentle Giants FE na ibuhos lahat ng energy nila sa kanya eh. Kasi alam nila na ang magpo-provide ng space para sa IDNS Wings is si Mingming. And once na wala na siya sa picture, mas nagkakaroon ng confidence yung Gentle Giants FE para magkaroon ng map control. And which nagagawa nila ng maayos.
And speaking of confidence, doon sa may bandang top lane, confident enough silang kaya nilang kunin yung buhay ni Kotaro kahit gaano pa katigas yan. May Lord ngayon na up for grabs and wala yung zoner o yung main zoner ng IDNS Wings. Andito naman yung engagement. Super Heidi onto the backlines. Naku, may ipit siya doon. Stormy's gonna get that kill. 4 laban sa 4 pero may nagtatakbuhan na. Ayaw na lumaban ng IDNS Wings kasi mukhang lugi sila. Pero Mingming mukhang may ipit at mahuhook pa. 2 na lang yung natitira sa 3 buhay niya, hindi pa tapos. At Gentle Giants FE, hindi kami gentle, talagang rough kami. At talagang papatayin at dudurugin na mga kaibigan. At isusunod yata yung Lord, pero mukhang mapapa-back away na lang sila kasi ang dami ring nawala sa buhay nila. And in fact, kaya pa silang baliktarin ng IDNS Wings knowing na buhay na etong si Esmeralda.
Actually, IDNS Wings, nafe-feel talaga nila yung disrespect ngayon kasi Gentle Giants FE, they're just really eyeing for Mingming. Wala silang pakialam sa ibang members ng IDNS Wings kasi parang lucky if ma-pick off, pero hindi talaga nila ganun ka-priority.
Nahook pa nga si Shuji, gagamitin niya ng heavy spin para lang makatakas. Ngayon, yung Lord mapupunta na sa kamay ng Gentle Giants FE. Nga naman mga kaibigan, IDNS Wings, ang ganda sana nung plano nilang kumontes, pero ang ganda rin ng ginawa niya na doon, ang Super Shin.
Yep.
Talagang tinarget niya kung sino yung retribution holder to the point na hindi na siya makaka-contest.
Yep, so Gentle Giants FE still having the upper hand. And palaki na ng palaki yung gold lead na meron sila. So IDNS Wings, Mingming especially, I'm not sure if dapat pa siya nagpapakita sa mapa. Kasi gaya nga ng sabi natin, na siya lagi yung pinupuruhan dito. Sa kanya naka-target lock. And yung mga ibang membro ng IDNS Wings, parang ayaw na lang din nila magpakita kasi alam nila wala silang sasanggahan. So ayun na nga, na-iron hook pa nga siya doon. Siya lagi ang punteriya. Pero sabi ng Gentle Giants FE, mamaya na tayo mag-effort.
Wag na to.
Oo.
Wag na to masyadong makunat. Nauubos yung
hindi na
oras
worth
natin.
it. Kasi 10 minutes na into the game.
Kailangan.
We understand na nung early game to mid game, parang gusto nila i-prioritize si Mingming. Pero kasi ngayon, hindi na siya worth it eh.
Oo. Kumbaga kailangan talagang malaman kung yung taong hinahabol mo, worth it pa ba? Kasi si Mingming hindi na worth it yan eh. Mas worth it ang kunin si Stormy o di kaya si Jul. Ngayon, kakagatin na with that flicker castle with that counter engagement from IDNS Wings. Mapapatakbo ng Gentle Giants FE. Tumma na nga si Angie sa pagkakataon na to. Ngayon 5 pa ang buhay for IDNS Wings. At hindi pa sila tapos. Gusto nilang maghabol. Gusto nilang itulak palayo ang Gentle Giants FE at talagang ginagawa nila at successful sila dito. Pero ang Super Daz, meron pa rin siyang hawak na heavy spin.
Yep. Actually, yung kanyang IMU plays yung mas pinaka-notable dito sa lahat ng team fights nakikita natin from Gentle Giants FE. Now, going back to the question, sino ba yung worth it habulin dito para sa Gentle Giants FE? Kasi ayaw na nila kay Mingming eh. Go for the better goal.
Dapat ang kukunin nila si Stormy o si Jul. Diba? Kasi, sila yung mga main damage dealers and wag natin tanggalin or wag natin i-misconsider na 12 minutes na.
Yes.
Papasok na tayo sa late game at nagkakaroon na ng confidence si Jul na isang bat impact ko, kalahati ng buhay ni Angie eh.
Totoo.
'Di ba? Kaya kumbaga, meron silang greater chance to to engage dun sa mga team fights na kinakailangan. Pero the discipline is there for them. Tulad nga sa mo, Ming, masyado siyang laging inuuna.
Yes.
Masyado siyang laging pumupronta. Hindi niya nagagawa yung trabaho niya, which is to thunderclap the back lane. Tapos,
Exactly.
Diba?
And si Ming, kahit gusto natin siyang tulungan na parang unahin mo si Anje, unahin mo si Super Daz, but they're rarely seen alone.
Oo.
And that would just really backfire against Ming kapag nag-initiate siya ng ganong klaseng thunderclap.
Oo, kumbaga, kino-convert na kasi ng Gentle Giants FE yung peak of potential nila into team fight right now. Nagsasama-sama sila para lang iwasan yung ganung play from Ming.
Yes.
Ngayon, may Lord na naman. At hook, pero wala namang tatamaan. No? Ming, makikita niyo yung dalawa sa may bandang damuhan. At super high, di mukhang sisimulan na yung Lord. Pero IDNS Wings, andito naman para lumaban. Kaso, ang worry natin dito, yung Esmeralda na iwan doon at mukhang mamamatay na yata dito. At talagang killing spree from this Julian. Ming with the thunderclap from Angie. Pero look at the shield. Nabigay ng We Are Angry. Super High D mapapatakbo na naman. Shuji, andito. Hinahabol ni Super High D kasi yung takbo ko pang-engage dito. Pang-eskapo. Ngayon, ubos! Ang IDNS Wings, di na namin kailangan ng Panginoon. Gusto na namin tapusin to na kahit wala kami minions, babasagin namin yung gitnang tore nyo.
And ngayon, tower lock na ba ito? Kasi meron nga
Nako!
silang minions.
Nako!
At isa yan! Ang bilis ng damage! Gentle Giants FE taking the win for game number 1 that quick.
One clash, one
One
push.
gosh, it's all it takes.
Nako one clash, one push, one win. Ay,
Grabe. Grabe naman.
nagmamadali ata ang mga...
Gentle Giants
Oo.
FE. No? Kala ko ba gentle sila?
Alam mo kasi, ganito yan. Nauso kasi yan, di ba mga IGN na kunwari, parang JP but tired. Ganon. Pero ang totoo, hindi siya pagod.
Sa lahat ng words na
Sige,
napili
ako
mo,
na lang.
tired talaga.
Joshi Kicks but tired. Diba? Psycho lang yun.
Okay.
Ngayon, yung Gentle Giants FE, psycho lang din yan na gentle sila. Talagang barubal sila.
Totoo. Kasi
Ay.
paano mo naman may expect yung mga giant maging gentle? Siguro by heart.
Oo.
Siguro by heart.
Diba? Hindi naman nasusukat yan sa... kung malaki kang tao, lagi kang hanap basag ulo. Hindi.
Oo,
May
hindi
mga
yan.
malalaking tao na, gentle at heart. Pero Gentle Giants FE, gising na ang mga hikante.
Oo nga eh. That was actually one kind of a pasabog match, no, nung game number 1. And going back, let's revisit some of the game highlights. Itong Gentle Giants FE kasi, they just really know their goals. Early game to mid game, ang puntraya lang talaga nila si Ming.
Yeah.
And IDNS Wings, because of that, they lack the vision, they lack the space, they didn't really know where to go anymore. Kaya hindi na rin sila nakapag-farm, they weren't able to get the resources they needed. So, hindi na rin tayo umabot sa day game na mag-online na tong sina Stormy and Jewel. Especially itong si Kotaro. Even despite that, I'd have to say, we have to recognize the efforts of Kotaro to cut lanes, to advance those minions. But we rarely see her in team fights because she doesn't have the vision. Hindi niya rin alam kung saan siya pupunta eh.
Tulad nga sabi mo ng early game pa lang, hindi alam ng IDNS Wings kung anong gagawin nila. Kasi doon pa lang na-prove na natin eh. Masha, maganda siyang position 5, pero as much as possible, you want this Masha to disturb or invade jungles, to remove the space created by the position 5 of the other team. But unfortunately, napako kasi si Ming to babysit Stormy.
Yeah.
And Masha is not one of the heroes na sobrang suitable to babysit a gold lane.
That's true. Actually, for all the Masha plays na napanood natin, and experience natin, na talagang you want that Masha to extend everywhere, to just really roam around, diba?
Oo. Talagang manggulo. Yun ang trabaho ng isang Masha. Pero unfortunately, hindi niya nagawa. And the MVP...
and Super Shin.
Ibang klase yung mga...
Let's go, Franco users.
Franco user ka din. Oo nga, no? Okay. Diba? Pero, we have to give it to Super Shin. That was a joke. We have to give it to Super Shin kasi one notable play is yung Lord takedown to where nakuha niya itong si si Shuji
Yes.
with the Akai. Then agad-agad Bloody Hunt. And the rest of the members of Gentle Giants FE, hero! Diba?
Totoo naman.
Removing the contestation.
Yep. And ito si Yan Super Shin, it's always the crazy rapid boots
Ay!
na talagang magbibigay sa'yo ng map control. Diba? And kaya favorite item talaga yan. Crazy rapid boots. Gaya nga ng sabi ko, this is the mobility meta.
Yes.
This season is all about the mobility meta.
Sobrang laking impact ng mobility when it comes to your team fight potential or even your lineup, your kabuoang lineup, and also the passive of the Franco.
Yeah.
Kasi hindi lang naman rapid boots yung nagpabilis sa kanya.
Yes.
May passive din siya na upon taking or upon seconds of not taking damage, magigain siya ng movement speed and regeneration. So, that makes sense. After niya mamatay or nasa base, rapid boots, ang bilis niya makakabalik doon sa engagement.
That's true. And yung iron hooks niya rin kasi,
Iba.
parang 1 minute nag-iron hook siya dito sa mid and then magugulat ka na lang he's somewhere on the top or on the bottom. Tapos bigla ka na lang mahuhook. You don't know how to position yourself anymore.
Bigla kang mahuhook, tas di mo alam paano makakaalis. Ganun pa yun?
Alam mo, parang ayoko na mag-Franco. Parang ayoko na mag-Franco.
Delikado yung mga
tayo,
delikado yung mga Franco user kasi bigla kang mahuhook, tas di ka na lang makakaalis.
Ay, nako po.
Ay, nako.
Kaya ba
Pero
today?
speaking of which,
Kaya ba today, Joshi Cakes?
may mga hindi umaalis sa comment section natin dito.
Sino
Shoutout
yan?
kila Kylie Jensen. Sana mapaikot mo din ako. Best position for Marga, si Unsuper Das.
Yes.
Ay,
Well, totoo ha, si Daza, fan favorite din siya
Oo.
for the past seasons.
well,
with
alam
with
naman
her
natin.
mid lane skills.
And also yun nga, we have to commend Unsuper Das with the IMU. Talagang na-maximize niya yung full potential to the point na mismong yung Akai ng kalaban, hindi niya nagagamit yung sarili niya heavy speed.
Naunahan siya eh.
Oh, ninakaw niya na. Di ba? Mas nagamit niya ng mas maayos into its full maximum potential or maximum
Parang
revenue.
parang ikaw na lang yung mampi-plagiarize pero ikaw pa yung nagmukhang original.
Ay, nangyari sa akin yan before.
Ay talaga?
Oo.
Ano nangyari?
High school, nagkopyaan kami ng classmate ko. Math yun. Ang score ko 47, ang score niya 48.
Alam mo kung BI mo, may mga nanonood sa atin na bata.
Oh, huwag yung gagawin yun. Ginawa lang namin noon. Pero, siya 48, ako 47. So, naalala ko lang.
But at least, di ba?
Oo.
May respeto ka pa para hindi mo siya higitan.
Oo.
Di ba? Wag natin i-upstage yung mga original.
Hindi, mali. Siya yung, kopya. Ako yung
okay.
Tapos mas
Sige,
mataas
sige.
siya.
Okay, sige. Okay.
Yun.
Okay, tama.
Na-stress na kami dun eh. Munti ka kami mahuli doon, pero shoutout sa mga teacher namin. Ginawa man namin yun, pero mahal namin kayo doon.
Well, shoutout sa lahat ng teachers na talagang nagtuturo ng marangal.
Yan. And shoutout din sa mga kasama natin dyan sa comment section pa rin na patuloy nakasubaybay
Of
at
course.
nakatutok sa atin. Because game number 2 of the Series 2 is about to happen in a short while. Gentle Giants FE, nakaisa na agad sa ating laban. And there you go. Dating phase, IDN Swings right now is the first pick. Meron silang kakayahan to dictate the tempo of this draft.
Well, in terms of drafting, I would really like to see a lot of adjustments coming from IDNS Wings. Sobrang hirap. I mean, the mashup pick was okay, pero in terms of execution, parang hindi din natin siya
Nawala
nakitang
ng
gumana.
sense.
Oo, parang, ang nangyari kasi doon ng game number 1, parang without mashup, parang patay na baraha lahat eh.
Yeah.
Oo. So, kailangan nilang gumamit ng mga hero na mas maging komportable sila gamitin na tipong they'll break free. Talagang they're gonna go out of the box.
Kasi Masha is is an enabler type of hero.
Yes.
Na lahat ng gagawin niya, even a small detail, reflects to the macro scale of things for the whole team. Pero kanina kasi hindi niya nagawa yung bagay na yun. Tulad nga nasabi ko, napako siya na i-babysit si Stormy, when in fact, hindi naman niya dapat ginagawa yun.
Totoo
Diba?
naman. Kasi si Stormy, basta, kunwari, si Mingming, sa may
Si
bandang
Mingming.
kampo ng Gentle Giants FE, naiipit niya na doon yung mga membro ng Gentle Giants FE.
Wala na makakalapit.
Wala na makakalapit kay Stormy, di ba? Rather than staying close to her, parang you'd rather keep the enemies away from her.
Oo, kumbaga, kaysa lapitan mo na lang siya, lumayo ka para makuha mo yung attention ng iba.
Yes!
LDR type pala. LDR type pala dapat si Mingming. Si
Ay,
Masa.
nako.
Pero
Oo,
ito
sige.
Ban, Gentle Giants FE, talagang ano ng pakawalan tong Faramis.
Tama naman. Oo.
IDNS Wings, Valentina, so respeto na to. Walang kopyahan dito sa game number 2.
Yes! And ayaw na nila makita sa kamay ni Daz yan.
Ay, oo.
Kahit hindi na nila magamit, wag mo lang talaga ibibigay kay Daz.
Or meron silang mas kayang mas gustong i-prioritize.
Well, sa lahat ng heroes na nakita ko kay Daz, ang pinaka-favorite ko napanood sa kanya was si Selena.
Ay, si Lina.
Yes, Selena.
May kilala din ako mga si Lina users eh.
Oh, alam ko. Meron kayong meron kayong Holy Trinity ng
Oo.
Selena
Ang mga
users.
si Lina user, loyal yan.
Always the tagline.
Oo.
Basta kapag nabanggit si Selena, yung mga Selena user kasi loyal yan.
Matik yan.
Oo.
Pag si Lina user, loyal yan. Kahit maraming panain yan, sa isa pa rin uuwi yan. Pero, okay, going back. Gentle Giants FE, parang medyo may copycat ng ban. 1-1 and Beatrix, binan out nila ngayon. So talagang ayaw nilang ibigay tong mga meta marksman ngayon na.
Totoo. Actually, kanina pa to ginagawa ng both teams. It
Oo.
was actually IDNS Wings na gumawa nito ng game number 1, but Gentle Giants FE, they actually found each other in the same light. So ngayon, IDNS Wings, now that they have the opportunity to go for the first pick, they have to be the smartest about this. And if you were them, what would you pick? Would you go for an Akai? Would you go for... Sicilian.
Sicilian eh. Diba? Hindi naman
First
tatawag...
pick talaga si Sicilian recently, no?
Well, ano kasi, parang ano siya, para sa akin, no, it's much of a gamble, pero secured na gamble. Kasi, pwede mo siyang gamitin as investment na, okay, may late game na agad tayo, pero once kasi magamit mo yung Sicilian ng mas maaga, okay, edi panalo tayo, tumagal man yung laban, Sicilian pa rin ako.
Actually, trendy sa female pro league na talagang nagiging mid laner yung first pick lagi. Pero for the past seasons kasi, it was always Savior. Pero parang after the nerf kay Savior, parang...
Bit of a nerf lang naman. Pero
It's kind of
ang laki ng
adjustment.
bagay,
Oo.
ang laki ng epekto.
Oo.
Diba?
Bit of a nerf pero malaki apekto.
Oo, kasi sobrang liit lang when it comes to numbers or technically speaking.
Yung
maliit.
scaling
Oo.
kasi, yun yung naapektuhan din.
Pero looking at the macro scale of things, ang laki ng epekto niya
Yes.
doon sa buong composition ng team nyo. Pero right now, for Gentle Giants FE, they went for this Esmeralda and this Akai. IDNS Wings can go for a Dairot to counter that Esmeralda down, pero we've seen onto our series number 1, the Dairot has no chance onto that Esmeralda ni Lucy. Would that be a repeat of what had happened or panibagong flavor and a Nestes? Ooh.
Medyo maaga nila pinili si Estes though. And I'm not sure about IDNS Wings pero they kind of weakened themselves. Kasi it's easy for the heavy spin para paghiwa-hiwalayin sila and just literally cancel the blessing of the moon goddess.
And the Eve to counter the Ube strat.
Yes.
Kung magdidikit-dikit kayo, might as well get a maximum AoE mage. That's gonna be Eve for Gentle Giants FE. IDNS Wings, they banned out the Yuzong right after picking the Eve. So tanggalin na agad yung counter sa Eve.
It's actually smart.
Oo,
Actually
and
smart.
also, kasi kung makukuha to ng IDNS Wings, 2 birds in 1 stone eh. Diba? Counter na sa Esme, counter pa sa Eve.
Totoo. And I still haven't moved on though sa Estes pick kasi there could have been better options. I mean, if they wanna go for a support, pwede sigurong Degi. Kasi I mean, kung support man lang din, di ba? And if you wanna go for a mobility type of support, you can go for the Rafaela.
Pwede. Much better than an Estes. Pero IDNS Wings wanted to capitalize on the healing prowess na kayang ibigay ng isang Estes. Removing the Franco out of the picture, feeling ko hindi na good ban yung Franco. Knowing na Franco and Eve would not go too well. Mas maganda sanang Atlas ban. Pero they still have 1 ban left. So, pwede nang i-ban out yung Atlas pero still open ang Kufra. Open ang Lolita for Gentle Giants.
Basically, IDNS Wings is reacting from what happened nung game number 1. They're banning the heroes na talagang nagbigay ng sakit ng ulo sa kanila, specifically Valentina and Franco. Kaya, they have to be 2 steps ahead of this though. And right now, since nakasana nga nila yung mga Sicilian, Beatrix, and Estes, kailangan na nila panindigan yan. Now, we have to look for a jungler and an EXP Dano na talagang makunat-kunat
Atlas.
para
kulungan.
magamit yung full potential ng Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Tama ka dyan. They could go for an, I believe, XP lane, Lapu-Lapu, pwede Ruby. Diba? To group up and to sustain that Ruby with that Estes.
That's true.
Pero Ruby against an Esmeralda, it's a no-no. Baga, ang hirap isipin na makikipagbunuan ka ng paikot-ikot, balabal laban sa itak. And Uranus,
okay.
wow!
So healing galing talaga sa Stain type. Idealist Wings.
Regen type, and Uranus is a good counter din sa Esmeralda, ha?
True, I agree. So ngayon, in Gentle Giants FE, we're just waiting for... Should we be looking for a jungler or a roamer? Oh, Baksha. Baksha for Idealist Wings. Okay, sige, makunat to. Makunat siya.
Objectives,
and,
mabilis din siya kumuha ng objectives. And also, deny pick na rin para hindi ma-counter much yung regen. So, kinuha na nila yung Baksha for the anti-regen and anti-Esmeralda as well. And an Atlas.
Jeez.
Eto na yung sinasabi ko.
Yep, they could have banned the Atlas though kasi it's really a direct counter against the Estes pick. Pero it's already too late for that and napili na nila yung 5 heroes na gagamitin nila for game number 2. But we're just really gonna have to call it. Gentle Giants FE has all the advantage when it comes to drafting lang. But we are yet to find out kung paano nila i-execute yung pickings nila.
And one worry ko na lang din for Gentle Giants FE kasi scaling eh. Scaling kung matatawag ang isang Eve at ang isang Atlas. And kung scalan, Sicilian ang hawak dito ng IDNS Wings. So kung patagalan ng laban, kayang pumalag ng IDNS Wings. They just have to equip some Purify for the Fatal Links or time it perfectly with a Flicker or sprint out. Talagang wag ka muna lumabas hanggat hindi mo nakikitang kinocommit ni Unsuper Shin yung kanyang Fatal Links. So, let's see kung paano mag-react dito ang IDNS Wings.
Yeah. So, ngayon, early game kwento.
Early game
kwento. Ano sa tingin mo yung maging rotation ng roles?
IDNS Wings eh. Ang bilis ng objective takedown. This is Baksha.
Oh, yeah.
Diba? Ang bilis din ng ikot. Knowing na with the Baksha Shield Unity.
All Purify, men!
Ayan na sinasabi ko.
I mean, there's no way for Shuji kasi na mag-purify kasi she has to hold the retribution. Pero like, if given a chance, like, kunwari, hindi ka required mag-retribution, she'd go for that purify. They all wanna keep themselves safe against a Super Shin.
Daig mo pa, Digi.
Oo.
Diba? Kasi ang Digi kailangan dikitan mo. Ito, kahit mag-isa ka, alam mo makakasurvive ka.
Yep.
Diba? May cooldown nga lang yan na way too longer than time's journey. Pero, IDNS Wings right now, kung babysitan naman, tulad ng game number 1, Estes, a perfect babysitter.
Ay, sobra. Pero ito Joshi Cakes, pinag-uusapan na natin kanina, this is the mobility meta. And tatlo yung nakasprint sa Gentle Giants FE. And that flicker, it's just really a momentum setter para kay Super Shin kasi she can go for the flicker fatal links kind of play. Yeah. And ito na nga
Ito, mukhang habulin. Pero definitely, wala pa naman fatal links to. Hindi talaga sila mag-engage ng masyado with this Beatrix. They just want to maximize the energy shields na pwede niya makuha freely ni Angie. Pero the rotation, kalmado, gold lead, tablado, aggression-wise, sabihin na natin na Gentle Giants FE yung may hawak sa ngayon.
And ngayon, yung IDNS Wings, I'm gonna bank sa sinabi mo na makikita natin yung early game advantage sa IDNS Wings. Pero medyo hindi pa natin nakikita si Shuji.
Uy! Ang bilis ng engagement dito kasi mukhang gusto nila si Kotaro. Heavy spin. Resources have been used pero this is still a Uranus na alam natin kung regen ang usapan. Top tier.
Kanina itong si Unsuper ang ginagamit niya was the Julian, di ba? Pero ngayon, parang gusto niya ata pakitaan ng paggamit ng Esmeralda itong si Kotaro. Okay. Fast objective
Ito sana yung trade. Fatal Links sa may top lane ni Bruce Passion doon sa Eve na nag-deliver manipulation doon sa may badalikuran. Pero first blood ay still mapupunta sa kamay ng Gentle Giants FE. Not not a good trade
It
for
wasn't.
IDNS Wings to not contest the turtle.
Actually, kasi IDNS Wings, they literally ignored the presence of the turtle. Parang sabi nila, we don't wanna contest that turtle, lalaban tayo sa top lane, but unfortunately, it didn't pay off. Kasi Goodfellas FE, Gentle Giants FE rather, Gentle Giants FE, they were able to protect themselves there.
And actually, nagigets ko yung idea ng IDNS Wings to suppress this Claude.
Yes.
Pero hindi talaga. Kahit saan mo tignan, hindi dapat, kumbaga hindi na isaalang-alang dapat yung turtle. Kasi ang turtle, 3 beses lang nabubuhay yan. Diba? Pero yung Claude, pwede mong balik-balikan yan mamaya. Diba? Pero right now, as we can see, Gentle Giants FE still going for that baby set para sa Claude. Jul wanted to rotate again to the top lane. Andito na rin naman si Shuji. Makikita mo balance rage. Masakit na rin yung damage noon. Pero hahabol, Shuji, mabubungko siya dun sa minions at hindi niya mahahabol yung mga dalawang members with low HP from Gentle Giants FE. Nandito na yung tropa. Super high D. Andito na yung yung ikot niya. May RWM pang kasama. BMI out. Blazing Duet. Ngayon, may the headbutt in from Super High. The heavy spin hindi nagagamitin. 4 Sanguine's Claw hindi natatama. And disengage yung buong tropa. Magkabilang kupunan kasi hindi nila makuha yung gusto nila eh.
Totoo. The combo is real talaga. Nung nakita natin yung kay Ju tsaka kay Stormy together. Pero ito yung weird about it. Hindi kasi siya nagpe-pay off eh. Parang you can cast all your skills, but if you fail to do one pick-off, that would be very inefficient. So yung Gentle Giants FE, parang they're just really on the lead right now, despite not having any further pick-offs mula nung kanina pa. Ngayon, they're just giving themselves the space to farm further, especially about taking this next turtle objective.
Naikasa ni Unsuper Shin yung Fatal Links.
Yes.
At magandang idea to for IDNS Wings to contest for this turtle. Ang Sanguine's Claw. Magpupugin naman pero retribution ay makukuha pa rin ni Super Heidi yung turtle na yon. Tapos biglang eskapo. Pagkatapos kunin yung gusto, bigla nang iiwanan to. Gentle Giants FE ngayon, nakafocus lang sa goal na objectives. Lalamang tayo paunti-unti. Team fight, kaya natin to.
Pero IDNS Wings, they actually stood a chance there nung kinukuha yung turtle. It was just really the retribution play coming from Super Heidi na hindi sila nakapalag. Ngayon, kailangan nila maghanap ng ways para bumawi. And ito si Kotaro, medyo naiipit siya dito sa bandang baba kasi si Super Hyde, ano siya eh, talagang respond, talagang on the go sa
pero
lahat ng
Shuji,
lanes.
nandito na rin naman. Kung responde lang ang gusto nyo, hindi ako papatalo. Pero, nawala na nga sa pagkakataon na yun si Kotaro. Pero counter kill, Angie, ang ganda. Nung pagkakakuha doon, kung XP laner against gold laner, pero hindi eh. Lamang pa rin Gentle Giants FE kasi si Stormy din nakuha nila eh.
Yep, it could be a start though. Finally, after 5 minutes, nagkaroon din ng isang pick-off yung IDNS Wings. Pero like you said, it was just a trade. So parang 0-0 ang nangyari. No, yung Gentle Giants FE, still yung map control is with them. Kitang-kita naman sa minimap natin. Talagang nakakapag-advance sila forward. And I wouldn't really blame them. This is really not a surprise kasi ang bibilis nilang gumalaw eh. And IDNS Wings, for them to be effective, they have to group together muna. Pero that's gonna be hard sa early game kasi ang lalayo ng lanes nila sa isa't isa.
Sobra. Kumbaga, kailangan mo din kasi mag-focus sa mismong lane mo para hindi kayo masyadong madehado. Ngayon may sniper and the Sanguine's Claw, Super Heidi with a heavy spin. Papaatrasin pero Shuji nandito na rin. Super Heidi ngayon takbo. Saan ka pupunta? Pero may 3-man Fatal Links. May mga Purify to. Ngayon with the Blazing Duet doon sa may bandang likuran kasi mapapa-BMI out na rin naman kasi the sustain and the regen, the heal coming in from Mingming, pipigilan yung damage na mamatay talaga lahat ng kaniyang mga kasama and yung turtle pwede nilang kunin knowing na wala yung retribution holder ng Gentle Giants FE.
Yep, so IDNS Wings right now, tinatry nila bumawi malala. This is actually the perfect time for it. And that is actually a good start. Shuji getting the turtle and advancing a little in terms of resources. Yung Gentle Giants FE ngayon, this is actually the time na hindi na sila dapat magpakumpiyansa pa.
Kumbaga, kailangan ng respetuhin yung damage pero worried ako doon sa bottom lane kasi Kotaro talagang namamama siya ni Super Ang doon sa mga engagements ngayon. Ang Super Shift na perfect match.
Uh-oh.
Fatal link sa isa. Hindi na mag-aatubili pang ikasa yung RWM na kasama. Ngayon sa Stormy, medyo napapaatras na. Torres sa baba, nakuha na rin nila. 2 members plus the turret ang makukuha ng Gentle Giants FE, giving them 3,000 gold lead.
Ngayon, IDNS Wings, di natin alam kung nag-e-enjoy ba sila dito o hindi. Pero they have to do their best kasi wala silang choice. Pero pinipigilan pa rin kasi ng Gentle Giants F yung kasiyahan nila. With that, Stormy just went down again. Mag-isa siya. Too late na para kay Mingming para mag-respond. Kahit gustong-gusto niyang tulungan si Stormy, ang hirap kapag late ka na kasi. Diba? Sometimes too late na lang talaga.
Paano mo tutulungan kung ayaw magpatulong? Pero gusto naman magpatulong doon ni Stormy. Unfortunately, talagang mahirap lang at mabagal na maabot siya kasi sobrang bilis ng mga members ng Gentle Giants FE. Ngayon, basag na lahat ng mga outer turrets, ng mga first tier turrets rather, for IDNS Wings. 30 seconds bago mag-respond yung Lord. Kaya naman nilang pumalag, pero is that a good choice na kumontes doon sa first Sanctuary Lord?
Right now, it's still about the race. And if we're gonna see things from a larger scale, yung race kasi ng Gentle Giants FE, provided by their mobility, talagang nagre-reflect siya, nagtatranslate siya into the diminished HPs and turrets of IDNS Wings. Ngayon, IDNS Wings, dahil nga sobrang bagal nilang kumilos, sobrang bagal ng mga boots nila ng kanilang movement speed mismo.
Innate movement speed.
Yes, kailangan nilang mag-keep up in ways na magugulat yung Gentle Giants FE. Ngayon, na mababagal sila, they just really need to group together. Kaso matagal pa yun, kailangan muna nila masacrifice itong mga middle turrets nila para magamit nila yung ubes natin na to its full potential. Pero that would be very costly kasi habang inaantay nila yung moment na yun, yung Gentle Giants FE, palakas na ng palakas. Kakakuha pa nila ng unang Lord.
Nako this is just the first Sanctuary Lord. Kumbaga, hindi pa naman ito yung dumadamba na Lord, pero ang gusto dito ng Gentle Giants FE is yung buff minions at yung pressure na kayang ibigay. The maximum revenue of this first Sanctuary Lord is to take down all outer turrets. Bonus na lang kung makakakuha ka ng inhibitor turret kasama dito sa first Lord na to. Pero Gentle Giants FE looking forward to inflict maximum casualties dito sa laban na to. Ngayon, basag na yung taas, isusunod na yung gitna at malamang sa malamang pati na rin yung baba. Meron dito perfect match na fatal links, hindi na mag-aatubili pero may purify yan. Si Jul makakatakas dito sa Queen's Claw, andito na rin. Super Ang tamang ikot-ikot pero wala na yung setup, wala na siyan Super Shin. Ngayon nandito yung IDNS Wings trying to defend, mukhang mababurst down naman nila yung Lord ng mabilis. And yung healing power ng Estes ay nararamdaman na kahit papano ng IDNS Wings. Babasag pa sa gitna, susubukan pa ba? And Angie looking forward kasi talagang dire-diretso with the BMI out at Super Ang with the falling Star Moon in and mapapatras na lang, alam nilang kailangan nilang respetuhin na babalik at babalik lang ang mga buhay niyan.
After all those effort, nasama-sama sila, 5 sila magkakatabi. Kanya-kanyang layering of skills from both teams. Isa lang yung na-pick off ng IDNS Wings sa Gentle Giants FE, which is yung roamer pa nila. Hindi siya damage dealer, and we can only imagine the threat against IDNS Wings because of the damage potential that Gentle Giants FE has. Sina Anje, sina Super Daz, parang they don't wanna risk na lumapit sa kanila kasi they know na magbabackfire lang din yun sa kanila. So ngayon yung IDNS Wings, they're just really focusing on farming. They're trying to keep up. They're doing their best para mahabol itong gold ng Gentle Giants FE so that they can deal damage the same way na kaya ng Gentle Giants FE. Pero sobrang delayed pa rin na 60 seconds bago lumabas yung next Lord. And kung paano lang ma-maximize yung time na yan, they need at least one pick-off. Mapilayan lang yung Gentle Giants FE kasi ang Super Shin lang yung mawala ulit. Well-timed yan para sa pagdating or sa paglabas ng Lord.
Well-timed it is. 50 seconds bago mag-respond ang ating Luminous Lord dito sa Land of Dawn. IDNS Wings trying to survey the floor and contest. Pero ang Super Shin, gusto niya nang hulihin si Shoji. Pero with the presence of the Backsha Shield Unity and the Spirit Shield, mapapa-atras na lang itong si Super Shin. Kotaro, meanwhile, onto the top lane, just taking the minions out. Talagang hindi niya lang pinapalalim masyado waiting game ang nangyayari dito, paring JP.
Actually, what I'm curious about sa IDNS Wings is yung timing ng paglapag nila ng skills nila. Kasi hindi ka lang din pwede maglapag ng skills like hindi porket nakita mo yung kalaban, na mag-cast ka ng ultimate bigla. It has to be well choreographed, especially right now na sobrang crucial na ng moment na to para sa kanila. Biro mo, kaka-late game pa lang, pero 7k na yung gold lead ng Gentle Giants FE against sa kanila. And there's
Yung
no way
Lord.
for them to go against Gentle Giants FE to just literally contest the Lord. Hindi nila i-risk yung buhay nila dyan. Gusto na lang nila mag-ipon pa ng resources and go for one full-on defense pag dumating na si Lord sa kampo nila.
Kumbaga, teka, girls, kalma girls. Meron tayong Sicilian, meron tayong Beatrix. Clear may potential, mataas, and may holy blessing pa naman yung mga turrets natin. Diba? May mga shockwave pa yan na ilalabas, and Estes tayo grupo-grupo. Kung nasa base tayo, madaling makakauwi, diba? Sama-sama, mabilis lang tayo makakabalik para dumepensa. And kaya naman natin. Kaya wag tayong masyadong mag-risk. Kasi pag naubos tayo doon, pwede nang tapusin
Yes, totoo. And ito na yung threat against IDNS Wings. Dito rin natin malalaman kung kaya ba itong tapusin ng Gentle Giants FE
Tumamba.
first Lord.
Perfect match. And uy! Wala na huli yung fatal links niya doon. May manipulation, hindi pa naman nilalapag. Pero super Heidi going in for the headbutt. Kaso siya yung nasasaktan. Ginamit na nga lang niya yung heavy speed para makatakas doon sa sitwasyon. Pero hindi pa tapos yung laban. RWM. Inilapag na ni Super Dash with a blazing doom. Ang sakit! Ni Super, ni Angie dito rather.
Wow!
Nabanggit ko na Super Angie kasi ang sakit na rin talaga Super.
Super.
Ngayon,
Ni
yung
Suji.
Tore sa may bandang gitna ay basag pero yung taas ay nadepensahan pa. Pero Gentle Giants FE, nagulat tayong lahat dun sa damage ng Blazing Duet na yon.
Yes, and on top of that, na-frustrate din si Super Shin kasi wala siyang nahuli sa Fatal Links. Ang daming nagpindot ng Purify doon, na nung sina Stormy and Kotaro. Hindi naging sapat, hindi naging sapat. So the Purify strategy really worked during that time. Pero let's just ask, until when gagana yung Purify strategy? Kasi may cooldown din yan. And yung cooldown ng Fatal Links mas mabilis kaysa sa cooldown ng Purify.
Hanggang saan? Hanggang kailan? Pero ngayon, Unsuper ang tatlo yung sinasunod niyang damage dito with the RWM from Unsuper Das. Yung skill management dito, taking one member, and that's gonna be Jul. Isusunod pa yata si Stormy at ito si Mingming. Heal ka ng heal pero wala ka ng mahihil. 5 laban sa 2. Ngayon gusto nang tapusin to ng Gentle Giants FE pero atras muna. Shuji, babangga dito mo ng special unit. The Fatal Links, walang mga Purify to. Blazing Duet, kahit gaano kataas yung buhay nyo, ako'y masakit. And Gentle Giants FE, tower locking in, getting the series against IDNS Wings.
A 2-0 clean sweep coming from Gentle Giants FE. Talagang nagwagi sila doon. It was actually kind of one-sided for the whole match. And Gentle Giants FE, mamaya i-dissect natin yung build nila, yung composition ng items. And pero story-wise, it was really hard for the Estes to maneuver throughout the whole game.
Yeah.
Especially with the presence of the Dominance Ice ngayon. Na early game pa lang, usually yun ang inuuna, di ba?
First build, Dominance Ice. Kumbaga, kahit pa kasi capped at 50% lang yung life drain or yung anti-regen mo, still, ang laking kabawasan ng 50%.
Yeah, it's basically nullifying the essence of the Estes
Oo, sobra. And even though you go and off to go for to build an Oracle, just to provide you added 30% healing, still hindi mo yun priority as a gold lane.
Totoo.
Diba? As a damage dealer, priority mo na makasabay dun sa damage output and to inflict damage para manalo kayo sa mga skirmishes, hindi mag-sustain.
Totoo.
Diba? You have your distinct roles, and the role of the marksman or the gold laner is to damage. And putting that Oracle onto a priority list, hindi yun ganun kaganda.
Yes. Actually, going back to the mobility meta, malalaman mo talaga, madali mo masabi kung sino yung magkakaroon ng upper hand sa buong game kapag kung sino yung mas mabilis kumidos. Parang takes us back to seasons ago. Ayun, Atlas kasi talaga, parang siya yung pinakamabilis, mas mabilis pa sa fast, mas mabilis pa kay Tufas.
Mas mabilis pa kay Tupas. Shoutout sa'yo dyan, brother Tupas. Ang bilis mo. Pero mas mabilis sa'yo, si Unsuper Shin. Pinakita niya dito. Pero there came a time, or there are points in time where IDNS Wings nakakapalag sila or nakaka-pick off sila. Kumbaga, na-maximize nila yung Purify. Pero tulad nga ng tanong mo, hanggang kailan? Or until when?
Yes.
'Di ba?
Kasi ngayon, yung kanina, yung Gentle Giants FE, parang na-frustrate lang doon si Super Shin and hindi naman siya namatay eh.
Oo.
Na-frustrate lang siya kasi wala siyang nahuli. Pero, kung sustain lang din pag-uusapan, hindi nila kailangan ng heal para i-sustain yung sarili nila. Kasi they have a super ang to do that for them. They have three tanky heroes sa picture. And during the last seconds of that game, talagang balagbagan lang kung balagbagan. Walang sinabi yung Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Talagang free hit kung free hit siya, especially coming from Super Ang.
Mobility and the crowd control remain to be at the top ngayong series number 2. And Gentle Giants FE, sino nga ba ang hihiranging MVP? Ang Super Shin?
Ayan, Super Ang ako. Siya talaga. Early game to the end of the game. Actually, siya yung nang huling nag-pick off sa remaining members ng IDNS Wings doon.
Knowing na wala ng
Sinayawan niya lang
Purify.
talaga, dinikitan niya lang talaga sa Estes.
Ikot-ikot lang talaga Alasara G lang Pero you mentioned the mobility meta. Mobility era tayo ngayon.
Yes.
And look at the items. Dominance Ice Queen 1, Blade Armor.
Wow.
Pampaslaw.
Yes.
Diba? Purify ang
exactly.
hawak ng mga members ng IDNS Wings.
No wonder it was really hard for them to get away
Oo,
from her.
hindi sprint yon na may slow immunity.
Oo, nakasprint na nga siya. So, ibig sabihin, mas mabilis siya. Tapos, papabagalin niya pa yung mga kasama niya. Parang yung mga evolution lang ng abyss.
Oo.
Di ba?
Diba? Mabilis na, tapos nangaagaw pa ng bilis.
Oo.
Pinagpapabahagal pa. Nako
Malala pa sa corrosion kahit yung Ice Queen Wand.
Si Super ang nagpaka-super doon sa laban na yun.
Very super and super ang well played of course well played sa Gentle Giants
Yes.
FP. And of course, that's it for our second match for the day. Meron pa tayong dalawa pa. Pero ayun nga, this tournament is powered by Cerebral Media and it is under the supervision and regulation by the Philippine government through the Games and Amusement Board under the Office of the President. And it's also powered by Pinoy
Pinoy Gamer,
our official media partner, this FEPL Season 5.
Don't forget to share, like, comment, react dyan sa comment section kasi hindi pa tapos ang mga laban. Meron pa tayong dalawang tutunghayan and use our official hashtags, hashtag FEPLS5 and hashtag kung sino sinusuportahan yung team, hashtag Brain or Brawl o kung ano man yan. Makita-kita tayo mamaya. I am Joshi Cakes again with paring JP. Magbabalik kami after the short break.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX. hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special Wax the End.
Kaibigan mula sa lahat ng bata lupa para bigyan kayo ng malupitang itlogan at kasama ko si
Dahil sa ating sa kamaliha, kung mahal mo,
Kaso di siya pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang Wax the Egg.
hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special Wax the End.
Kaibigan, mula sa lahat ng bata lupa para bigyan kayo ng malupitang itlogan at kasama ko si
Dahil sa ating sa kamaliha, kung mahal mo, maglaban mo.
Kaso di siya pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang Wax the Egg.
and gentlemen, maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX.
Kaibigan mula sa lahat ng bata lupa para bigyan kayo ng malupitang itlogan at kasama ko din.
Gana sa diwa sa katabiha kung mahal mo.
Kaso di sa pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang WAC DX.
Kaninong kapatiran ang mag-iigting dito sa ikatlong serye ng ating laban? This is the very first best of one series for today. GPE Hermana versus Z4 Esports FE. Paring JP and Joshi Cakes pa sa inyong harapan upang isalaysay at yatid sa inyo ang isang matinding bakbakan. Paring JP,
Bakit?
kilala na natin to, itong dalawang kupunan na to.
Oo naman. Balagbagan din tong dalawang to. Just that, dahil kind of short yung lugar nila from the past rounds, dito muna sila sa lower bracket.
Nako.
But this also means that this is their last chance to move on or move forward further dito sa bracket natin. Ngayon, GP Hermana and Z4 Esports, sila muna ang maglalaban. And this is just gonna be a best of one series. Meron ka lang one chance lang.
Nako isang buhay. Hindi lang sa serye, kung hindi sa torneo mismo. Nako, medyo mabigat ang at stake dito sa serye na to. Tulad nga ng sabi ni Parin JP, the last life of the tournament ay nakadepende sa outcome ng match na to. GPE Hermana, we've known them perform the team fight na meron sila with the Atlas ni XZ. Z4 Esports naman, punching power ang kayang-kayang ihatid nito. Alam natin na these two teams, drafting phase ay nagsimula in a thumbs.
Yes. And ngayon, GP Hermana, yun nga, kakabanggit mo lang, since tinanggal nila yung Tams, medyo gagaan yung buhay nila dito kasi napakabigat ni Tamos.
Oo.
Pero isa pa sa mga mabibigat na membro dito ng Land of Dawn is Akay, na hindi pa rin binaban na sa lahat ng games na napanood natin, Akay was always present, di ba? So, maybe it's about time na talagang it's a call for attention na wag mong i-open si Akay kasi yung Akay win rate natin for today is 100%.
Oo, Akay wins games. Kailangan na sigurong magkaroon dito ng pagbabago. Pero GP Hermana, banning out the Julian and the Thams, these are familiar bans. Ito yung mga bans na lagi kong pinapaban talaga. Mga pa first pick, pag first pick pala, hindi ko pinapaban ng Julian. Kasi syempre, there are some of the teammates na kayang gumamit ng Julian. Pero for GP Hermana, they might as well want to prioritize something more than this Julian. Cecilion, baka makakita na naman tayo first pick Cecilion dito.
Yes, actually, based nga sa trend dito sa Female Pro League, laging inuuna i-pick yung mga mid laner na malalakas, specifically Cecilion. He's the only mid laner or mage na first pick throughout the whole day. Pero ngayon, na-focus muna tayo sa banning. Julian, Masha, and Valentine are also out of the ball game. So, Ling.
Ooh.
Okay, Ling. We haven't seen Ling yet the whole day. Pero,
Respeto
yes.
This is Z4 Esports FE. We've known them utilize the Ling too well. And tinanggal na yon ng GP Hermana. And the Akai, for the very first time, this day, Akai ay mawawala sa eksena. And,
Parang papalakpak
correct me
yung
if
tenga
I'm
natin
wrong,
na.
parang medyo nakita ko agad yung first pick. Pero hindi, it's a glitch lang naman. Kala ko binedeta
Malay mo, totoo. Look like a Sicilian to me though.
Oh,
Oh,
Esmeralda.
Esmeralda. Okay.
Yoji Bear.
Yoji Bear! Esmeralda!
Yoji
We've
Bear.
seen this a lot of times, Joshi Cakes.
Alam natin yung kakayahan. Tignan mo naman games played. 32 games played. Ng GP Hermana ay may Esmeralda. And if I'm not mistaken, that's an 18 out of 32. Kung nakita kong doon. Pero Cecilion ay nakarina. Agad-agad. These are... Ito rin nakikita natin trend. Kanina pa. Na laging first phase ng picking, meron na agad Karina at Cecilion.
Actually, draft is really going well for the side of Z4 Esports FE. Knowing that GP Hermana banned the Ling, parang hindi sila masyadong kakabahan na magpumili ng Karina and Cecilion together, especially that Akai is out of the game.
Yep.
So ngayon, na magiging tinik sa puso nila is the Pakito na malakas din sa early game, especially kapag jungler to.
And also, ang nakikita ko dito for Z4 Esports FE, comparison ng position force or ng mid lanes, meron silang kanya-kanyang advantage out of each other. Kasi every time na may real world manipulation etong isang Eve, definitely pwede siyang maging target ng Sanguine's Claw para agad tanggalin yung real world manipulation. Pero on the other side, Pakito naman, kaya niyang gawin yung same. Talagang guluhin yung backlanes and hindi lang basta guluhin na zone lang talagang patayin.
Totoo. So ngayon, yung Z4 Esports FE, knowing na mayroon silang dirot, ito, Joshi Cakes, lagi mo itong sinasabi sa akin Kapag naka-Esmeralda at may katapat kang dirot, wag mong lalandiin, especially sa early game. Diba? Oo.
Kasi we've seen nuts from RSG. Esmeralda na hindi nalugi, na never nalugi sa isang dirot. Bakit? Heavily reliant siya sa gameplay talaga. Once maklear yung mga minions, alis.
Oo.
Diba? Hanap ng pupuntahan, re-respo, gagalaw, pupuntang mid, or magkakat ng lane. Hindi siya tumatambay within the area of responsibility ng Dyroth.
Yep. Actually, it's about weight class din kasi. Weight class-wise, you don't really pick a fight with someone heavier than you. So ngayon, ang Z4 Esports FE, draft-wise, masasabi pa rin natin na nasa kanila pa rin yung upper hand. Kailangan natin ng dalawang hero dito from GP Hermana na pwedeng baliktarin yung takbo nito para sa Z4 Esports.
Sobrang notable sa akin nung Digiban.
Yes.
Kasi Z4 Esports FE right now is the first pick dito sa second phase.
Yes.
They can go for an Atlas.
Yes.
And there would be no Digi to counter that Atlas. That's a deny pick for XZ. And at the same time, good pick knowing na they have this Cecilion and this Dyroth. Crowd control na lang ipapantay mo dyan. Pwede nang pumalag.
Ngayon, abangan natin if they're really going to go for an Atlas, which is highly likely na yun talaga yung pipiliin nila, especially na very compatible ng skills. Atlas, Cecilion, Karina, dito all together. Just that one fatal links will really say much about the team fight. Now, GP Hermana, with that kind of expectation for an Atlas, alam na natin na hindi nila pwedeng piliin yung Franco.
Ayun
Diba?
na! Diba? Hindi nila ibibigay yan kay XZ.
Mismo.
Pero one good pick pa for GPE Hermana, the Rafaela.
Which is actually good. It's actually a good call. Kasi you don't really attack Atlas head-on.
Yeah.
You want to use a support to nullify Atlas for it to be ineffective. Not just, parang you don't want to punch him right back. Parang you don't
Yeah.
fight fire with fire if you're gonna go against an Atlas.
Kumbaga, hindi head-to-head.
Yes, exactly. Right. Ngayon, GP Hermana, pumipili sila ng Clint. And ang laki ng range. Oh, yes! Yes! Moment of silence ako dun eh. Nag-moment of silence tayo pareha with that Paramis pick eh.
Sabi kasi ng GP, anong hindi head-to-head, Joshi Cakes, paring JP? Ito, papalagan namin ng Paramis. Para naman, kahit makuha kami, meron kami second chance. 'Di ba? Dalawa yung buhay namin dito. Kung balagbagan, balagbag din kami.
Sim. Kaya ngayon, that Paramis pick, now that we're seeing it, ang daming pwedeng mangyari dito. Both teams, GP Hermana, magkakaroon sila ng second chance of life. Despite having all of those burst damages coming from Z4 Esports FE. And then, mas bibigat din ng GP Hermana at the same time kapag nabigyan sila nga ng second chance at life. So, mahihirapan din yung Z4 Esports FE sa paggalaw sa mapa dito.
Oo, and Clint versus Kari, sa dominate, sa laning phase, kayang-kayang bulihin agad ng Clint itong isang Kari. Kahit walang katulong. Di ba?
This is what a best of one series really means.
Ay, nako.
You have to let it all out. Wala kang pwedeng sayang na bala dito. Lahat talaga ilalabas mo. Lahat kung anong arsenal mo dyan. And I love the draft of these two teams. It's really hard to tell kung sino yung magkakaroon ng advantage over the other. But I'm just really curious right now how the game will maneuver or how it will go around and about. And you wanna bet again? Ilang minutes yung game?
O, sige.
1-0
GPE
na tayo.
Okay. GPE Hermana in 13 minutes, Z4 Esports in 18 minutes. Yun lang yun.
Okay, sige.
This is Kari Sicilian.
Oo.
Lagi nating re-respetuhin ang Kari Sicilian
Totoo.
na late game. Kumbaga, pag ito napatagal and Z4 Esports FE, they just want to play this game passively. Kasi Akai, Atlas rather, is one of a scaling tank din.
Totoo.
Na ultimate dependent, kailangan niya talaga ng ultimate tsaka fleeting time para ma-maximize yung full revenue ng isang Atlas na fatal links lang ng fatal links every time. Cecilion, na alam natin 15-minute mark pa magiging online yan kapag hindi napakain ng maaga.
Totoo. Kaya, I'm actually banking doon sa sinabi mo na late game respect for the carry and Cecilion, which is actually in the hands of Z4 Esports FE. So, kung ako, magtitake ako ng bet, GPE Hermana, actually both, I go for 18 minutes too.
18 minutes.
Yeah.
Would definitely go to Z4
I don't really
Esports.
mind
Kung ano lang
having a draw.
kumbaga mechanics lang ng ano lang, 5v5 mechanics lang. Wala pang gameplay involved.
Yeah.
But that was just 50% of the outcome. The draft is just 50%. The remaining 50% would be the gameplay if GPE Hermana continue the aggression using the Pakito. Alam natin, this is one of the most aggressive junglers out there na umpisa pa lang balagbag na. There you have it as we enter our Land of Dawn. GPE Hermana battling it out with Z4 Esports FE para sa buhay sa torneo na to.
Yep, best of one series, GPE Hermana versus Z4 Esports FE. Can't waste any game. This is the last draw for this season for this these two teams. So ngayon, eyeing at the rotation, kita naman natin sa Doza bumaba agad. She felt na Yana doesn't really need help when it comes to getting her resources, di ba?
And Yana right here, alam naman natin.
Bumaba rin si Annie.
Talagang Annie, alam niya na ay magbe-babysit to ng Clint. Counter babysit na lang. Kahit pasabihin na natin na Karina, kaya niya mag-isa. Pakito, kaya nila mag-isa. Kumbaga, these jungles, di nila kailangan ng kasama, ng companion sa mga takedowns. And as much as possible, you want to give space doon sa good laner nyo. Kasi pareha scaling to. Pero kung pabilisan ng scale, Clint, kailangan lang niya 2 core item. For carry, 3.
Yeah, actually. So, that's actually a good point. So, talagang gugustuhin ni Don na magmadali kumuha ng mga gold niya. And also, sa yung pagdiretso nila dito sa gold lane, matagal pa naman kasi bago yung first turtle. Pero for now, medyo need na nila umaksyon. Kasi sooner or later, mag-online na yan. At nandito pa sa baba si Yana. Pero mobility-wise, hindi naman tayo mga ngambay. Makakahabol naman sila dyan sa turtle take na yan. Kuha muna sila ng gold dito sa bandang ibaba.
tried to gank Aya kahit papano, pero
Uh-oh.
Z4 Esports FE won that kind of a mirror rotation. They went to get the OG pair onto the top lane, Sagwin's Claw, para pigilan yung onslaught na pwedeng gawin ni Yana with the knockout strike. Ang ganda ng position ni Jelrax. Hahanapin niya, Zenidoza yung gusto niyang target. Wala pang ultimate to, kaya pwedeng pumalag. Ngayon with the Shadow Assault, coming in from Jelrax, makakapatay ng dalawa. Ngayon si Silvian pala yung nakakuha ng isa, make it 3 kasi si Yoji Bear ay tumba. Free turtle agad for Z4's Esports FE.
Ngayon, GPE Hermana losing the advantage over that turtle take. It was actually a good call kanina when they were able to eliminate Yoji Bear, but she's not really the star of the show. Yung Z4 Esports FE, nakuha nila yung objective ng turtle, thus giving them a huge advantage, giving them shields as well, though they're not really gonna materialize it right now. Pero at least, they're safe. They're safe sa remaining seconds of the game, just in case magkaroon ng teamfight dito.
Nako 1,400 gold lead. Ang laki agad ng lead ng Z4 Esports FE. And we have to give it to Helra. Kasi, sabi nga natin, Pakito and Karina, hindi nila kailangan ng kasama. And ang ganda ng positioning niya doon. Alam niya na somehow, papasok o dadaan doon yung buong tropa ng GP Airman. And knowing na wala pang ultimate si Zenidoza,
Yes.
sa pagkakataon na yon, capitalize on that. Ikaw ang unang target. Ayun.
And Z4 Esports FE, nag-aantay lang sila ng tamang opportunity dito para magkumasa ng Fatal Links. But
up.
oh wow, that's actually a good counter coming from Morin. They were able to see them through. So parang walang choice ngayon yung Z4 Esports FE to look for a backup plan. Kasi parang na-sight na sila eh. Kita na yung plano nila, it's no use pursuing it kasi makukonto na rin sila.
Early invasion, pero rival manipulation. Zenidoza going in. Pero,
Sprint is
atras,
real.
alis na lang.
Oo.
And look at this, Helra, 1v1 against Yana. Ang dami mong A.
Habulin niya!
Ay, makakatakbo ka. Nahabol talaga, Z4 Esports FE. Nandito pero Fatal Links, dalawa yung makukuha niya. Tapos merong follow-up damage from the Shadow Assault and the Bat Impact from Merlin. Talaga naman, 3-0 trade.
Good call coming from Z4 FE, no? Z4 Esports FE. GP Hermana doon, talagang they were really back into a corner. Doon pa sa kampo nila.
Ay.
Home base nila, and doon pa sila naipatay ng mga Z4 Esports FE. Ani, sobrang kunat yun na rin kasi kahit 4 minutes pa lang into the game. Medyo matagal din para kay Zenidoza. This is the hard thing about having supports as your roamers. Medyo you need items to fully sustain yourselves and to fully protect your teammates.
Oo, pero ngayon may perfect match. Hinahanap ni Annie itong Ziana, zoning away the members, pero marireset yung Lord. Pero meanwhile, doon sa may bandang likuran, Yoji Bear ang unang pupuntirihin dito ng Z4 Esports FE. Hindi pa rin sila tapos. They want to get a turtle, pero Jin the Great, zoning the members, and Zenidoza will be right away taken by Z4 Esports FE. Free turtle once again, 2-0.
Yep, and GP Hermana ngayon, they're trying to keep up, but it's really hard. Zenidoza, we're really finding her ineffective right now. And because of that, 4 versus 1 situation sa bandang gitna, eliminating Morin. Though, nakapag-comeback naman siya, pero alam mo yun, kung pag-uusapan natin yung weight, and a mid laner in exchange for a roamer, we still give the win of that team fight to Z4 Esports FE.
Yeah, kasi ang laki ng sana na kayang ibigay ni Morin kung hindi siya laging nakukuha.
Yep.
Sobrang position reliant ng isang Eve, pero Z4 Esports FE have a lot of disorientative heroes. Karina, kahit pa jungler yan, hindi ka pwedeng basta-basta pag-aalaga lang mag-isa kasi hindi nagbibiro yan. Yan ang pinakaseryosong jungler, Karina. Hindi mo pwedeng biruin yan. Pero ngayon, Sanguis na dalawa yung makukuha, pero may ultimate coming in from Faramis. Third dive, hindi na nila iindahin yung damage na yan kasi kahit Torre papasukin. Dalawa na yung nawala. Kasama pa yung turret advantage. 6,000 bigla for Z4 Esports FE.
And GPE Hermana ngayon, ang gusto nating asahan para mabigay ng spaces sa Zenidoza, pero ngayon kasi it's really hard at hindi pa compatible skills nila. May naglapagtuloy na river manipulation dito in hopes na makakabawi sila. Pero that's already too late because of the damage output. This is 7k gold lead coming from Z4 Esports FE.
Ang sakit! It clearly reflects kasi yung
Ramdam ko yun,
7K,
Joshi Cakes.
yung 7k gold lead na yon, item yun eh. Kumbaga, sabihin na natin, dalawa o patatlong item yung nilamang na agad ng Z4 Esports FE. Kaya kitang-kita natin at talagang ramdam na ramdam mo yung sakit na yon. Isang bat impact, isang palo ng Dance of Blades ng Karina, Shadow Assault, talagang alam mo na mababurst down ka eh. Kumbaga,
Totoo.
hindi naman to maximum AOE na mage, etong si Merlin, pero napapagana nila.
Yeah, and GP Hermana, to be honest, those wala pa siyang assists. And it's not really surprising because there's only one kill coming from GP Hermana. They can't find ways para butasan yung teamfight composition ng Z4 Esports
Ngayon,
FE.
ito.
And this may be the chance to do
Pangalawa.
it. Okay, finally, they got another kill. Pilay ang mga Z4 Esports FE, but it doesn't really bother them kasi they're still in control of the whole map.
And it took them 5 members just to take down 1.
Exactly.
But for Z4 Esports FE, ang kailangan lang nila, fatal links, tapos yung mga panike, 2 na yung pwedeng mawala o even 3 members from GP Hermana. Ngayon may perfect match na naman. Napakabilis ng pusit lumabas sa kaluluwa doon sa katawan. Pero na-invade na nga ng tuluyan, yung turret isusunod na rin nila at successful sila doon. GP Hermana, mapapatas ng tuluyan Yojibet trying to zoom away the members of Z4 Esports FE pero hindi siya gaanong lalalim kasi alam niya nga na masakit na rin even tong si Eya.
And grabe, Joshi Cakes, 8k gold lead in just 8 minutes.
1k per 1 minute. Ganun.
Oo, the high rate ng Z4 Esports FE sa pagpa-farm ng gold in average. But GP Hermana, though, hindi sila dapat sumuko kasi they can still come back from this, especially that they still have Dawn. Kailangan talaga nilang alagaan siya. Go for the perfect setup. Senyodoza, don't overextend. Kahit gustong-gusto niya, let Yana do the job.
Kumbaga, flank from the left, from the right. Ganun yan. Diba? Kasi alam naman natin, ang kalakasan ng isang pakito, guluhin yung likuran, patayin yung mga squishy heroes, but how could you do that if you have been initiated perfectly by Annie? Zenidosa, ang ganda ng kanyang position dito, malilish niya si Annie, pero walang follow-up damage. Hindi naman sila mag-risk na mag-ibigay ang lahat kay Annie kasi hindi naman siya magandang target, di ba?
Yep. Ngayon, GPE Hermana still suffering in the hands of Z4 Esports FE. But until when, somehow, sooner or later, kailangan nila masabi sa sarili nila na hindi na tayo pwede magpabully. Malala na tong ginagawa ng Z4 Esports FE sa atin. Tapos ngayon, kukuha pa sila ng Lord. Dagdagan pa nila yung mga pasakit against sa kanila. Ngayon yung GPE Hermana, they're just settling for the farming. Tinatry nila yung best nila na iwasan. Pero naku, tong si Don, mahuhuli pa ata!
Flicker, makakatakas pero may flicker din ako! Hindi lang ikaw yon. May abusive strike pang kasama ngayon, tumba na yung isa. Si Don pa nga yung nawala, the main damage dealer from the side of GPE Hermana, hindi pa sila tapos. Z4 Esports FE want more, pero yung disiplinang pinakita nila, isa lang ang makukuha, 2, sige, sama mo na si Zenidosa, tapos disengage na tayo. Hintayin natin yung Lord kasi mamarcha na sa gitna.
This is already very confusing for the side of GPE Hermana. They don't know how, kung paano pa sila dadaan, saan sila pupunta, sino dapat unahin nila. Z4 Esports FE is just putting out all their arsenals to its maximum potential, especially with Annie's aggression dun sa kanyang flicker. Talagang the pursue for Dawn.
Kumbaga, the determination and perseverance. Pero yung gitnang bahagi, gusto nilang kunin na parang nuisance ngayon. River manipulation, dyan sa may bandang gitna, kumukuha yung 3 miyembro pero mapapaatras lang yan. Hindi pa sila tapos. Gusto nilang tumulak ng bahagya kasi butas na yung baba. Isusunod pa yata yung gitna kasi wala pa namang namamatay sa kanila. At yung range na meron sila, mataas na rin naman. Perfect match. Papasukin na nga ni Annie pero para lang paalisin kayo dyan.
Nako po, ang GPE Hermana, 5 na sila dito na buhay para lang protektahan yung base nila. At hindi lang yung mga kalaban nila from Z4 FE, yung kalaban nila, ang pinakalaban nila dito yung minions. Kasi nagpe-pressure din yung mga minions sa kanila. Ito si Senyodoza, napilitan pa nga tumakas, pero Annie, for sure may fatalix na yan ngayon. Sooner or later, kakasan na yan. Kailangan na naman yun doon. Good call coming from Morin na magkasa ng kanyang Void Crystal para hindi makalapit basta-basta mga Z4 Esports FE. Sooner or later, kailangan niya na ilapag yung river manipulation niya kapag nag-extend pa itong Z4 Esports FE sa kampo nila.
To add to that, hindi lang minions, hindi lang Z4 Esports FE ang kalaban ng GPE Hermana. Mismong pati oras, kalaban na rin nila.
Oo.
We are approaching the 12-minute mark and yet, wala pa tayo dun sa online time ng isang Kari at Sicilian pero somehow they manage to make that online time earlier than expected.
Yes.
Sicilian and Kari right now enjoying the game of their lives even though 0-0 for si Eya. We still do not remove the fact na hindi pa siya nahahawakan ng GPE Hermana as well as Merlin. Look at that 4-0-11.
The problem here is that Senyodoza, we were amazed kasi it's a good counter for the Atlas, diba? Pero kasi what GP Hermana failed to do here was the compatibility and the chemistry of their heroes to one another. And it really shows right now. Hindi maprotektahan ni Senyodoza yung mga kakampi niya kasi lagi sila magkakalayo. And for your Faramis to be effective, kailangan magkakasama kayo lagi.
Oo, tsaka kailangan yung gamit mo na jungler o yung sinusuportahan mo, balagbag.
Yes.
Talagang pasok lang ng pasok. Pero meanwhile, yes, Pakito can do that. Pasok lang ng pasok thing. But,
Hati din yung atensyon niya kina Don and Diana.
yeah. Exactly. Exactly the point. Kasi, si Don, kailangan niyang alagaan knowing that this is Clint supposed to be. Dapat lamang siya ng laning phase. Diba? Pero hindi natin nakita yon. Ngayon, Z4 Esports FE. Waiting for the arrival of the Lord sa may bandang gitnang bahagi ng mapa. This is a Luminous Lord. Hindi naman na ito dadamba sa base. Pero the thing is, it has higher HP than what the first Lord has. This is a 19k HP Lord. Yes, mababurst na mabilis, pero it will take them a lot of resources just to do that. Ani, naghahanda na ngayon pumasok. Perfect match plus may conceal play. Inuna na nga! Ngayon, mahuhuli nila yung isa. And that's gonna be Morin. May Maravis ultimate, pero tumatawar lang ang buong tropa. Buo pa rin sila. At mukhang Z4 Esports FE ang mananatili sa torneo sapagkat nilaglag na nila ang GPE Hermana.
Napakabilis ng laban para sa Z4 Esports FE. Parehas kami ni Joshi Cakes talo doon sa 18-minute prediction namin. Pero it was because of all the efforts of Z4 Esports FE taking that game, taking that match, that best of one series against GP Hermana. GP Hermana, for all those times, they didn't really know where to go. It was really hard for them to drive around the map. And kung may comment ako dito for all those plays, I'd really commend Ani,
talaga. Positioning-wise, lagi siyang one step ahead doon sa mga bosses to where papasok or dadaan ang side ng GP Hermana. And tulad nga sabi mo, parehas tayong talo. Sabi ko pa kanina, GP Hermana in 13, but Z4 Esports FE did it in 13.
Yeah. It's like they heard you. Parang no.
Papa-late game. Hindi ay papa-late game to. At tapusin namin na mabilis.
Yeah. Pero yun high place, good place actually, coming from Z4 Esports FE. That's actually one kind of a meta, yung going for the Atlas, the Kari Sicilian combination. Talagang
late game
when you do your drafts kasi talaga it's really more important to make your heroes compatible with each other rather than just countering the opponent.
Ang dami mong dapat isaalang-alang, not just the counter mechanics, diba? But you also want to consider the chemistry. And that's what C4 Esports FE did. They materialize on the chemistry they have as a team and their heroes as well. Looking at the game highlights, talagang at this very early, I believe this is 6 minutes of the game. Talagang kinukuha na nila yung space ng GP Hermana. Talagang wala na silang mapag-junglean, wala na silang makuhang resources to the point na hindi na sila makapalag at yung scaling power ay hindi na nila maabot.
Sim. And ngayon itong mga nangyari kanina, Z4 Esports FE, actually early game, mid game, until the end of the game, we already see Annie na humihiwalay sa kanya sina Merlin and Eya. Especially itong si Helera. Si Helera kasi talaga, early game, assassin potential, kuhang-kuha niya. Walang nangyari kay Yana. Hirap na hirap siya despite being a Pakito user. Despite having that crowd control potential, it was actually Annie's doing kaya na-nullify yung lakas ni Yana.
A lot of good fatal links na nakita natin from Annie. And tulad nga nasabi natin, as much as possible for a Pakito to be utilized well, magpa-flank sana siya sa backlanes. Pero hindi niya magawa. Kasi torn siya between, pumalag na lang ng head-to-head or kumuha ng resources o kumuha ng items pero hindi niya magawa lahat ng yon. It's because of the presence, rotation na ginagawa ng Z4 Esports FE. And speaking of presence, Si Elios present sa comment section.
Hoy, Elios! We love you so much. Shout out sa'yo.
shout out.
Ayan. Isa yan yung sa mga caster din natin dito sa FEPL Season 5.
And going back, GP Hermana losing at mawawala sa torneo, but Z4 Esports FE, no question. No question yan.
Never kung ikaw contest to. I was really rooting for Annie to be the MVP. Mainly because yung pagdikta niya sa buong game, parang siya yung may-ari ng Land of Dawn kanina. 'Di ba?
Nakatira sa tabi ni Lord.
Oo.
Oo, nakatira sa Land of Dawn.
Oo. Parang grabe talaga Atlas. Taga Northern Vale yan
Taga Northern Vale.
Taga Northern Vale.
Taga Northern Vale. Kamag-anak nila, Franco?
Oo. Hindi, actually, magkakalaban sila.
Magkakalaban. May civil war pala sa Northern Vale.
Yes.
Ito kasi si Atlas, kahit nakatira yan sa tabi ng Lord, hindi ba sabi nga ni Santi, mahirap tumira doon?
Yes.
Kasi pag nagdabog yung Lord, yung buong bahay mo aangat.
Tama.
Si Atlas, octopus yan So, pag nagdabog yung Lord, sisisid lang yan sa river.
Sim.
Doon nakatira yan. Kaya naman, Annie will be the MVP of our game. And congratulations to Z4 Esports FE for surviving their lower bracket life.
Oy, oo nga. Z4 Esports FE will advance and mamaya malalaman natin kung sino yung makakalaban nila. It could be Voltes PH Vixens or Kalunastra. But maglalaban muna sila syempre. Maglalaban muna sila itong Voltes PH Vixens and Raka Lunastra for a best of 1 series as well. But since it's also going to be an international team there, we're gonna have a long break. We're just gonna have a long break. So stay tuned lang kayo dyan, guys, sa comment section. And antayin nyo kami ni Joshi Cakes kasi magbabalik kami. This is again FEPL Season 5. See you.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX. kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special Wax DX.
Kaibigan mula sa lahat ng bata lupa para bigyan kayo ng malupitang itlogan at kasama ko si
Saan ka sa diwan sa katabiha kung mahal mo ang maglaban mo?
Kaso di sa pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang Wax DX.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special Wax DX. kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX.
Kaibigan mula sa lahat ng bata lupa para bigyan kayo ng malupitang itlugan at kasama ko si
Saan ka sa diwa sa katabiha kung mahal mo?
Kaso di sa pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang WAC DX.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX.
Kaibigan mula sa lahat ng bata lupa para bigyan kayo ng malupitang itlugan at kasama ko si
Saan ka sa diwa sa katabiha kung mahal mo?
Kaso di sa pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang WAC DX.
maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX.
Kaibigan, mula sa lahat bumasa yung papakabigyan kayo ng malupitang itlogan at kasama ko si
Saan ka sa iwas sa kaniha kung mahal mo?
Kaso di siya pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang box DX.
Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, maayong hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX.
Kaibigan, mula sa lahat bumasa yung papakabigyan kayo ng malupitang itlogan at kasama ko si
Saan ka sa iwas sa kaniha kung mahal mo?
Kaso di siya pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang box DX.
hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX.
Kaibigan mula sa lahat ng bata ng para bigyan kayo ng malupitang itlogan at kasama ko si
Dahil na nabiwa sa kamaliha kung mahal mo. Maglaban mo.
Kaso di siya pinaglaban. Once again, ito, ang box DX.
hapon kaninyong tanan. Welcome to our multi-special WAC DX.
Aayon ba ang lahat ng bituin sa Raka Lunastra o ang pagsasama-sama ng Voltes PH Vixens ang mananaig sa huling serye ng ating araw para sa ngayong hapon na to? Joshi Cakes at paring JP ulit para sa FEPL Season 5 and another lower bracket match ang matatagpuan natin.
And the last for today's matches. So, Voltes PH Vixens versus Roca Lunastra nga ang matutunghayan natin ngayong hapon. This is Female Pro League Season 5. This tournament is powered by Cerebro Media and it is under the supervision and regulation by the Philippine government through the Games and Amusement Board under the Office of the President. This is also powered by Pinoy Gamer, our official media partner this Season 5.
At tulad nga ng nasabi natin, isa na namang lower bracket match ang nakahanda para sa ating last series for today. Huling laban para sa araw na to, pwede ring huling laban na para sa kanila sa torneo na to. Voltes PH Vixens versus Roca Lunastra. These teams, alam na natin na yung kakayahan nila ay on point na nandun na. They fell short dun sa mga una na nakatapat, kaya nalaglag sila dito sa lower bracket at sila naman ang maglalaglagan. Sino nga ba ang advance? Because we head on to the draft. Voltes PH Vixens ang first pick natin. Ano bang makabago na i-expect natin dito?
Well, just like our previous match, di ba, Joshi Cakes, this is a best of one series na lang for the lower bracket, which means there's only one game for them to use their full arsenals para magpatuloy pa dito sa FEPL Season 5. And nag-aantay na rin yung kanilang susunod na mga kalaban, which is Z4 Esports FE doon. So, sino ba ang mas worthy? And kaya nga nang sabi mo, Joshi Cakes, nag-start na yung drafting phase natin. This is very crucial.
Sobra.
Are we yet to see common bans? And alam naman natin ang star natin for today is Akai, which was already banned the previous game. Pero we're not yet sure kung i-open ba yan ngayong game or hindi. But 1-1 is definitely
Tanggal
out.
agad.
Walang game na inopen yan.
Ay, oo. Hindi nakalusot. Ngayong araw, for today's video, guys, hindi nyo makikita ang 1-1. And Valentina, Roca Lunastra dito, binan nila to. And yung Akai pa din, na tinitignan natin, somehow nung game natin, nung Series 3 natin, the recently concluded series, Akai is banned out. Pero dito, mukhang nasisense ko din na ibaban dito yung Akai. Tapos ang first pick dito is either Julian or hindi, binan out na ng wala
Julian is also out.
Kakasabi ko pa lang
I'm sure makakabawi ka mamaya. Kalma lang tayo, pre.
Sa first pick Julian, binan
Wag ka na down. Ito naman. Pero Roca Lunastra, pwede pa nilang gantihan yan. Sino pa isang binanggit ulit?
Siyempre yung Tams.
Ayun, Tams. Posible yung magamit yun.
Hindi, ibaban na ng big sense yan. Sasabihin ko ng ibaban
Ako,
ngayon.
kinakabahan na ako eh.
Oo.
Kinakabahan na ako eh.
Kasi yung nangyari, kabaliktaran, di ba? Gusto ko makakita ng Tams, so ibaban
Gusto
ngayon.
mo makakita ng Tams?
Gusto ko makakita ng Tams, syempre.
Uy, in fairness naman, kanina ginamit nila yung Tams, di ba? Kanina, it was Gentle Giants FE. Tapos grabe yung sustainability talaga. Alam ko, Joshi Cakes, alam ko kung gaano makakapikon sa Tams.
Ay, oo, sobra.
Oo.
Wala kasing counter doon.
What? The Faramis is also banned.
Ayan paramis. Eto, open yung Tamos, pwedeng kunin. Kasi ban na yung Sicilian di ba? Ang current trend, first pick Sicilian. So, pwedeng first pick Tams na to.
Tams or Akai or Beatrix or, those are the heroes na posible makuha
Doon sa
dito.
tatlo, I'll go for a Tams Or even Akai, pwede Pwede. Kung contestation with the objective takedowns, Akai, wala namang makakapantay talaga sa isang Akai. Pero, let's try to look at the larger scale of things pa rin kasi. The Tams, ang dami niyang pwedeng gawin.
Oh, ito na, may tunog! Eve! Wala sa mga nabanggit natin, Joshi Cakes. Pero same pa rin yung trend na mid laner lagi yung first pick.
Ay, oo
Diba? Kasi for me, I'm not sure if you guys will agree, pero for me, the heart of the lineup is always the mage.
Syempre.
And babae tayo Alam mo yun? I mean kami.
Babae kayo. Wag mo ako itamay. Hindi ako babae.
Wala kami. Malalakas mga puso namin So ngayon, unahin natin. Piliin yung magpapalakas sa buong team na
Lilia, tingin ko dito Lilia. Pero sabi mo
Wala na iba?
Wala na. Lilia.
Esmeralda.
Talagang kinounter na rin nila.
Wait lang. Ito Voltes PH Vixens open pa rin yung Tamos and there's no way for Roca Lunastra para kumuha pa ng Tamos. Actually, meron. Kung gagawin nilang jungler. Pero ngayon, ito na yung opportunity. Ito na yung perfect opportunity. Hindi kumuha na sila ng Akai and Tams at the same time.
Oo. Pwede to Akai Tams. Grabe na yung combo nun. Di ba? Kumbaga, those two heroes are meta heroes right now. Talagang pinag-aagawan. Diba? Sana all pinag-aagawan. Pero tulad nga na nasabi mo, nasa post 4 or nasa mid lane yung takbo ng laro or yung true love. Nasa post 4 ang true love, guys. Tams! Eto na! Makakakita tayo ngayon ng Tams, mga kaibigan. Akay, nakahanda na yan. Nakapindot na sa Akay yan. Tapos ilalak. Yan! Dali!
Yun!
Dali.
Yan ang gusto nating makita, Joshi Cakes.
Ayan! Akay, Tams!
Okay, sige. May advantage pa rin naman yung Raka Lunastra eh. May advantage pa rin naman. At tayo pa nilang pwedeng piliin dito, pero hindi natin pwedeng i-contest na Voltes PH Vixens nasa kanila yung upper hand when it comes to the drafting.
Lilia. Ay,
Atlas!
Inuna na yung Atlas. So, iniisip ngayon ng Raka Lunastra na pwede nang hindi magdigi o hindi na magdidigi ang Voltes PH Vixens.
Pinan na nila. Baba na nila. Kasi ang
syempre.
pwedeng gawin ng Voltes PH Vixens dito, what if Akay Jungler, tapos Tams EXP lane, di ba?
Or
So
the
may
other way
chance
around.
pa rin, di ba? Oh,
Pwede.
so kaya kinuha na nila yung Atlas. Kasi maganda rin naman yung chemistry ng Atlas and Eve combined. di ba?
Oo, pwede.
Oo.
Napakahirap na. Imagine, Atlas, Akay, Tams, Eve. Ang hirap na sabayan nun.
Pero maganda rin na Atlas yung pinili ng Raka Lunastra kasi mas maganda. Kung maganda yung Atlas Eve, mas maganda yung Atlas Esmeralda.
Ay, oo. Diba, dalawa yung tatalon. Pagka RKO sa'yo, merong agad na Batista Bomb na kasama.
Amsim.
Matik na matik yun. Kaya binanod nila yung Digi, banning out the Karina naman for Voltes PH Vixens. And ako nakatingin pa rin ako sa Lilia. Kasi that is a good counter against this Thams. Sabi ko nga kanina, walang counter sa Thams sa lane.
Sa lane.
Pero when it comes to gameplay or the other members, Kari nga, good counter na sa Thams,
Thams,
di ba?
yeah.
Pero still, nakafocus tayo dun sa early game eh. Ang daming pwede mangyari. Diba? Once you dominate the early game, you can definitely reflect it to the mid game up to the late game. Ngayon, binanout ng Voltes PH Vixens yung Ling, tapos sa Raka Lunastra naman, Brody.
Yep, I agree. Ngayon, so, since ang options natin dito, sige, let's go for the Lilia. Pero
Balmond.
Balmond ang gusto ng
Una.
Raka Lunastra, which is actually a good one kasi kapag nag-ultimate na si Balmond, hindi siya nakakonta ng heavy spin eh.
Meron siyang
Unstoppable
short,
siya eh.
meron
Oo.
siyang short period of time na invincible
Yes.
at hindi siya nagagalaw. Pero reliant pa rin sa timing.
Yes.
'Di ba? Pero ang Voltes PH Vixens dito, reliant sila sa balagbagan.
Yeah.
So, might as well get a marksman na kayang rumespo ng mabilis o kayang mag-isa. Sa akin yung kayang mag-stand alone.
Kayang mag-isa.
Kayang mag-stand alone sa lane against sa Beatrix.
Kaso
Populin
binan
ko
na nga
pa.
kasi binan si Brody, siya sana
Ay,
yun.
Kari.
Pero Kari, like you said, maganda kasi siyang pangonta kay Tams. And compatible din naman siya kay Akay and Eve at the same time. Ay, gusto ko to.
Ang bilis naman
So-
ng Voltes BX.
So, ayaw nila mapunta si Kari, syempre, sa Raka Lunastra. Kaya kinuha na lang nila. Na ngayon, since nabagit may Popolin Kupa, pwedeng sila yung gumamit nun. Pero meron na silang Beatrix kasi.
Oo.
Yung mid laner talaga yung kailangan nila. Are you still with the
Lilia.
Lilia?
Lilia pa din ako.
Okay, sige.
Lilia.
What if they go for a savior?
Hindi na patay na barahan na yung savior dito. Ang daming pwedeng mag-go sa kanya knowing na ang bibilis.
Lilia!
Sabi sa'yo eh!
Yes, Joshi Cakes!
Sabi sa'yo, Lilia yan! Diba? Wala nang ibang, wala nang ibang perfect dyan sa spot na yan. So with that being
Selena.
said, hindi na eh. Selena kasi sobrang sugal. And
Okay.
for Raka Lunastra, you don't wanna gamble too much kasi yung Beatrix pa lang, gamble na yon.
Totoo.
Kukunin mo sa simula, ang daming pwedeng ipang-counter dyan, di ba? Nakita na natin, yes, Kari, all throughout the games na nakita natin kanina, napapaaga nila yung scaling power ng Kari. If that would happen for Voltes PH Vixens, pangalan nila yan, Voltes 5. Talagang magsasama-sama yan.
Oo nga. Okay, we talked about this before the game, di ba? So, let's go, Voltes. So, ngayon, Voltes PH Vixens and Raka Lunastra, we've seen their drafts, Joshi Cakes. Pero, since it's the last game for today, bigay natin to sa viewers natin.
Oo.
Fearless forecast tayo.
Sa akin, wala nang tanong-tanong wala nang sagot-sagot, wala nang Voltes PH Vixens. Ikaw.
Voltes yung naka-thumbs, di ba?
Oo.
And Rafaela, di ba?
Oo.
Voltes PH.
Diba? Wala nang explanation. That's our parang subjective
Fearless forecast.
fearless forecast.
Diba, just
Personal
based
lang
on the
yan.
draft lang,
Oo.
not really in terms of execution.
Pero kayo dyan sa comment section, makipag-interact na rin kayo. Sino ba ang napupusuan yung magstay sa torneo? Is it Voltes Peach Vixens or Raka Lunastra? Mga supporters dyan ng bawat teams mag-ingay sapagkat papasok na tayo sa Land of Dawn.
Okay, kanya-kanya silang pwestuhan dito. Naglalakad sila. Voltes PH Vixens versus Raka Lunastra. Ngayon nga asahan natin dito kasi since Voltes PH Vixens is using Rafaela as their roamer, talagang makaka-expect tayo. Kasi ang gusto ko sa mechanic na Rafaela is nang aasawa siya.
Oo.
Nang-aasawa siya ng kakampi. Hindi niya talaga iiwanan yan. Pero for now, bago niya muna dikitan itong either si Voltes Ash or Voltes Lyra Lay, sasama muna siya mag-clear na mid lane
lahat
para
sila
matulungan
Voltes,
din. Oo, lahat sila Voltes.
Nako.
Pero ang importante kasi kapag Eve din ang ginagamit mo is maging level 4 ka agad eh.
Oo, sobrang ultimate reliant ng isang Eve. Pero looking at the state of the map right now, Voltes Peach Vixens, we expected the aggression from them. This is a Rafaela na kanina nag-fast clear sila sa mid na going to babysit this this carry. Kasi hindi naman na niya kailangan samahan itong Akai. Hindi niya na kailangan samahan itong Eve kasi they have innate mechanics para magpabilis ng sarili. The Void Blast, may added movement speed yun sa isang Eve. And the Akai, alam naman natin mabilis yan kumuha ng mga objectives and mabilis din mag-roam around the map.
Yes. Ngayon, Voltes PH Vixens, may expect natin sa kanila yung mobility di ba? Though makaka-keep up pa naman yung Raka Lunastra.
Yeah.
Pareha sila medyo almost the
Very
same yung speed nila in terms of movement speed yan. So ngayon, yung Raka Lunastra, nakaka-compensate nila yun by self-love idea overextending towards the camp of Voltes PH Vixens kasi she really needs to provide the vision for her teammates for Raka Lunastra.
Parang vision game kasi nga naman, lalabanan mo din ng Rafaela, vision game. Eh hindi naman nag-vision yung Rafaela eh. 'Di ba? Nagbe-babysit siya. So might as well maximize mo yung yung thought na yon na walang nag-roam around na Rafaela. Tapos ikaw yung mag-vision sa mga kakampi mo. That gave space for this Balmond to take and initiate that first turtle of the game. Look at Voltes Mozart right here, zoning the members. Pero Lilia with the glooms, napakasakit na. Ngayon, yung DPS na Fatal Links nandyan na. Real world manipulation, kasabay na rin naman. Voltes Riri dito, tamang free hit lang. Pero Ruby, ando sa may bandang likuran, gusto niyang targetin pero wala siyang laban doon sa loob ng tore. 2-1 exchange advantage nasa Voltes Vixens pero hindi pa tapos yung laban. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin sa pag-ikot ito si Angel pero si Ali ay tumba. Voltes Ebyang hindi pa tapos kasi gusto pang umisa. Si Zyra yung target niya. Wala nang black shoes to. Pero may sprint pa ako.
Grabe yung mga palitan doon. Just 2 minutes into the game. Voltes PH Vixens, we've seen the prowess of Rafaela sustaining her teammates there. And Raka Lunastra, they were also that determined to push with the team fight kahit alam nilang risky whiskey. And ang palitan na yon, ang resulta, Raka Lunastra having the upper hand in terms of gold.
Sila nakakuha ng turtle, therefore it reflects sa gold lead natin. Self-Love Lily, gusto niya na rin samahan itong si Ali, knowing na nabigyan naisahan kanina ni Voltes Ebyang 'di ba? As much as possible you want this Beatrix to to get his BOD or her BOD as fast as she can. Pero look at this 1v1 matchup, Balmond versus Tams. Talaga namang inikot-ikutan lang. Self-Love Riley with a perfect match. Heavy spin mula kay Voltes Ash ngayon with Retribution, masesecure na yung kill na yon.
Yep, and Voltes PH Vixens ngayon, Voltes Ebyang since kakabuhay niya lang, medyo nade-delay siya in terms of laning compared dito kay Ruby. And ito si Ruby, nagka-cut pa, nag-advance pa siya ng minion waves. And meron pa tayong 1 minute left and that's still additional EXP coming from those minions. So ngayon, made-delay si Voltes Ebyang in terms of EXP and in terms of gold. Kailangan niya mag-keep up but she won't be able to do that without the help of her teammates. So kailangan din mag-advance ni Voltes Mozart na dito sa turtle. Kapag nakuha nila yan, magkakaroon tayo ng break-even.
At kumbaga, kailangan hindi lang basta makuha. Kailangan pumosisyon na maayos ni Voltes Rien doon sa pagkakataon na to kasi
na
syempre, eto na makukuha na nga with the little counter and the retribution kasi may fatal links and real manipulation na kasama. Ikot-ikot lang si Angel na parang hindi na lumilipad pa. Kaso ngayon, si Voltes Mozart yung may kasalanan doon. Hindi pa tapos. Voltes Ebyang, doon sa may bandang likuran si Ali na naman yung gusto with the vengeance has been popped. The falling star moon has been used. Ruby, tamang ikot-ikot lang din. Lahat na nagkanda hilo-hilo kasi Rock Lunastra with an even trade right there pero advantage goes to them kasi kanila pa rin yung turtle.
Yes, and Voltes, PH Vixens, nakakahabol naman sila. Nakakahabol sila kasi kanina umabot sa 2K gold lead din Pero ngayon 1K na lang.
Oo.
Despite Raka Lunastra getting that turtle, meron naman tayong mga significant pickoffs doon na nakatulong sa lalong pagpapalakas kay Voltes Lyra Lay. And siya naman din kasi talaga dito yung pinaka-inaalagaan dapat. Ngayon nakakita na tayo ng change lane, umakit na dito sina Voltes Mozart and Voltes Lyra Lay. Ruby ngayon, medyo malilito siya. Bakit hindi na si Tams? Bakit hindi na si Ebyang yung kaharap ko?
Oo, kanina siya yung nakikipag-asawahan na ako sa kanya. Ba't ngayon iba na?
Oo nga tapos andito pa nakaabang si Rien. 3 versus 1 situation.
Polis, para i-clear yung mga minions pero may holy baptism na kasama. Real manipulation nandyan na rin naman. Dalawang ultimate ang ginamit para patumbahin. Kaso iikot-ikutan si Angel na nanggaling sa langit. Ngayon bababa sa lupa para kumain pero hindi siya makakakuha ng kill doon. Ang gandang disengagement agad because of the presence of the holy healing, the movement speed na bigay ni Voltes Mozart.
Yun, si Voltes Mozart talaga very, ang lakas makamusician ang dating niya dito. Talaga nagbibigay siya ng harmony sa teammates niya. Yung Raka Lunastra ngayon, na medyo nalilito na rin sila. Pero, it doesn't really matter kasi in terms of farming and in terms of resources, si Ali mas lamang pa rin siya compared kay Voltes Lyra Lay. So, Voltes PH Vixen, siguro itong klaseng sustain lineup kasi, maaasahan mo yan late game pa.
Makikipagbakbakan with the vengeance on in the Quadrant Inferno. Tamang,
uy,
ang sakit ng lethal counter na yun and that's gonna be Voltes Ebyang going down. That's 3-man down for Voltes PH Vixens.
That was also an off-cam kill. Actually, off-cam kills against Mozart and Lyra Lay sa may bandang itaas. Nabanggit na nga natin kanina Si Ali, meron na kasi siyang core item niyan.
Naku, pero may Polix naman sa may panalikuran. Si Voltes Rian yung gusto. And the little counter plus the retribution sa Raka Lunastra na naman to. Another turtle has been fallen into the hands of Raka Lunastra tapos isama mo pa si Voltes Rian sa may bandang baba. Hindi pa sila tapos kasi si Zyra with the black shoes on makakatakas dun sa sitwasyon tapos biglang alis na lang sila kasi nakuha nila yung gusto nila, may bonus pang kasama.
Yun na nga, yung Raka Lunastra, palakas ng palakas, payaman ng payaman. Map control wise, kanila na rin, bigyan na natin sa kanila lahat. Nabanggit natin Joshi Cakes. Rafaela, Roamer, you'd need at least 11 minutes pa into the game para tuluyan mo maramdaman yung bigat ng HP na binibigay niya sa mga teammates niya. Kailangan niya pa ng additional EXP. Pero right now, medyo ina-abuse na sila ng mga Raka na nasa. Papasok na sila.
Ngayon, with a perfect match and 3-man fatal links. May purify yun, kaso nga lang, mamamatay pa rin. Immortality, wala pa pala yun. And a double kill for Ali. Kanina ako yung target nyo. Ngayon, iisa-isahin ko kayo. 5 laban sa 2. Ini-invade na to. Di na makakatakas pa. At hindi na makakakontest pa. Voltes Rian and Voltes Ebyang mapipilitan na lang lumayas kasi alam nilang nasasakop na sila.
Yun, Voltes PH Vixens, they're suffering in the hands of Raka Lunastra, trying to find a way to get out of this situation. Pero ang hirap talaga kasi pasok!
Ito na naman yung Polix sama sa may talikuran. Wala pa namang fatal links yan. Pero Quadrant Inferno plus the vengeance and the river manipulation nandyan. Asan yung kasunod? Asaan yung damage nyo? Kasi si Voltes Ebyang yung unang mawawala dito. Liberos Passion dun sa may bandang gitna. Dire-diretso falling off. Hindi siya makakakuha ng isa pero heavy spin. Saan ka punta? To the moon. Raka Lunastra kami. Kaya naman sa amin yung posisyon.
Munti ka na talaga, mabigyan doon yung mga natirang membro ng Voltes PH Vixens sa Sinarian and Mozart at doon sa bandang ibaba. Thankfully, nakasurvive sila with a sustain provided by Mozart. But Raka Lunastra, talagang sobrang init ng mga galawan nila. Ayaw talaga magpatigil.
Ayaw talaga.
That fatal links combined with Angel's skills, Ruby, AOE, melee damage, tapos si Ali, pa-free hit lang.
Nako.
Si Zyra, the damage in the sustain nasa kanya din di ba?
yung sustain niya, nabubuhay siya ulit. Ngayon may Fatal Links
Na
na naman.
naman!
May Purify. Kaso nga lang makakatakas ka pa ba? Kasi si Voltes Ash medyo duguan sa may bandang likuran. Di naman nahahabulin kasi yung Lord ay sinimulan. At mukha nang tatapusin kasi yung 4 na miyembro di na kailangan tulungan. Etong si Angel sapagkat nagdasal na siya ng tuluyan at nakuha nila yung Panginoon sa Land of Dawn.
Grabe yung diversion play na yon. Talagang inipit nila yung Voltes PH Vixen sa kampo nila para hindi talaga sila makapag-contest.
Oo.
Dun sa Lord, Rakalunasa, talagang hawak na hawak, kontrolado yung laban. Papunta na rin si Lord sa kampo dito sa Voltes, sa kampo ng Voltes PH Vixens. And hindi alam ng Voltes PH Vixens kung paano pupwesto, kung paano nila sasalubungin ang pagdating ni Lord.
Nako, paano nga ba? Yan ang tanong ng bayan. Mga kaibigan, Voltes PH Vixens, ano nga bang tutugtog? Yung opening soundtrack ba o yung closing soundtrack ng Voltes 5, mga
Nako
kaibigan?
po.
Ngayon, andito ang grupo ng Rakalunastra sa may bandang ibabang bahagi. Perfect match. Ang bilis ng pusit! Kukunin yung isa pero may Purify to. Voltes Mozart makakatakas sa sitwasyon. Alam nila na wala ng setup ang Rakalunastra. Pero yung damage coming in from Zyra, enough na yon. Dito ko na kailangan ng crowd control. May sniper shot pa mula kay Ali. Ngayon mapapa-atras ka, tol. Kasi naman, yung gitna, pati yung taas ay isusunod na 5 pa yung buhay for Rakalunastra. Pero Voltes PH Vixens, kulang na ng isa. Hindi pa tapos. May perfect match. May Cotton Inferno. Alam nila ngayon na di na makakapalag basta-basta to. Kaya naman, papasukin nilang basta-basta. Bubruskuhin na kahit tila babae nang bubuli na.
Voltes PH Vixens, hindi na alam kung paano pa magsusustain dito. But yung Raka, Lunastra, talagang free hit na lang kung free hit. Papasok na lang sila ng papasok. Kasi 11k goal lead na to. Alam nila na kahit anong move nila, magiging invincible sila against sa
Nako.
Voltes PH Vixens. And it's really hard to see a way out of this from the point of view of Voltes PH Vixens. Kasi this is the rule. Kapag umabot na ng 11k yung goal lead, we have to say farewell. There's
Nako.
just that 1% chance na mababaliktad mo pa yung laban.
Pwede pa yan. 1%? Still 1%. It's
You
still a
need
chance.
the miracle. You need the prayer.
Kaya pa to. Kayang-kaya pa to ng Voltes PH Vixens. Yung sabi nga nila, ang Voltes 5, nagpapabugbog sa umpisa. Di ba? Mga bida yan eh. Parang mga Filipino movies yan. Pwedeng tumugtog pa yung opening soundtrack kung magsasama-sama sila. Kasi sobrang vital ng river manipulation mula kay Voltes Rien. Pero look at the aggression.
Wow, those items na nakikita natin, grabe yung difference. So, 10,000 coming from Ali versus the 6,400 of Voltes Dairale. Sila dapat yung main damage dealers for each team. But Voltes PH Vixens is it's no secret that they're really behind from this. Any setup committed by Rakalunastra will just deal a lot of damage. Okay? Nakasurvive sila doon, but we're not sure kung how to follow up. Ang sakit doon! Pinapasok niya!
Hindi na siya umabot doon. Ngayon may heavy speed na gagamitin. Eto na yata yung Voltes PH Vixens. Pero Rakalunastra hindi pa kami tapos. Ngayon si Voltes Mozart ay wala na. 5 laban sa 3 ngayon. 3 na lang talaga para dumepensa. Kaya pa ba nila? River manipulation nandyan. Wala masyadong damage to pero si Ali yung target niya. Self-Rav Lily. Papapa-perfect match palayo. Ngayon ang Voltes PH Vixens tuluyang makakadepensa pero took them 2 lives. Mga kaibigan, and yung Lord.
And those 2 lives, sabi nga nila, till death do us part. Hindi talaga sila naghihiwalay doon. Sabay pa nga silang bumagsak. Pero kailangan nila mabuhay agad dahil yung Lord, kinukuha na naman na Rakalunastra. Hindi na sila makakapag-contest dito sa Lord. Sobrang late na. Ang pwede na lang nilang gawin is to just really hope for the best defenses na kaya nilang gawin. And kung paano nila gagawin yun, just one good heavy spin.
Oo.
Come from Voltes PH Vixen.
Kailangan na ilabas yung laser sword.
Yes.
Ng Voltes PH Vixens, pati yung ultramagnetic, yung belt. Yung mga weapons ni Voltes 5, kailangan na lumabas.
Maghahalataan ka, Joshi Cakes.
Hindi, kwento lang sa akin yun. Hindi ko na naabutan yun.
Okay.
Hindi ko na naabot. Kwento lang po sa akin yun ng mga pinsan ko. Yun daw sa Voltes 5. Meron pa nga yan yung kamay daw na natatanggal. Oo. Nadidetach yung kamay niya. Ganon. Rocket punch yata. Basta ganon. Kwento lang lahat yan sa akin. Bata pa ako, di ko naabutan yan.
Okay.
Ang naabutan ko ng Naruto.
Okay. Sige, sabihin natin na niniwala ako
Naruto,
sa'yo, Joshi
yung
Cakes.
yung matanda na siya. Oh, yung bata, di ko na rin naabutan.
Shipo din.
Oh, Shipo din. Oh, yun na yung naabutan ko, guys. Ano, teenager na si Naruto. Magkakaasawa na nga siya yung naabutan ko.
Ako naabutan ko, Boruto na eh.
Ah, Boruto na?
Oo.
Mas bata ka pala sa akin. Ayan, comment down below. Hulaan nyo na ang edad ni paring JP at syempre edad ko din. Mga bata pa kami, hindi namin naabutan yan. Yung mga Voltes 5 na yan. Pero speaking of comment section, tara bisitahin natin sila.
Sige, sige.
Abang nasa post tayo. At tingnan natin kung sino-sino yung mga nandyan. Shoutout sa inyo. Wait lang nawawala yung ating ano
Tulungan
dito?
kita.
Screen. Ayan. Asan na? Ayun! Tingnan natin kay Aji Diestro. 49 daw.
49?
Oh, yung guess niya na age. Baka combined yun Hindi, wala pa din. Bata pa kami.
Hindi rin naaabot, man.
Oh, hindi naaabot. 17 lang ako
Ayun,
eh.
shoutout kina Aliyah Rojas, kina AG Diestro, kay Erich Van Maquiler, and
Ayan.
kay Alan Santos. Ayan.
Nako eto na. Free Lord for Lunastra. Could this
Oo.
be it?
May nagtatanong nga sa comment section sa WWE ba daw, sino daw naabutan mo?
Sa hindi ko na nga alam yun eh. WWE.
Okay! Eto kung usapan WWE,
Oh.
itong Raka Lunastra, talagang sila yung mga dominante sa ring.
Ay, oo, syempre.
Oo.
May RKO sila eh. Kwento lang din sa akin yun Kwento lang na sa akin yung mga pinsan ko. May RKO sila. Diba? Tapos si Esmeralda, Batista Bomb.
Talagang may disclaimer ka no?
Kwento lang sa akin. Hindi ko naabutan yan, guys. Don't get me wrong. Okay? Pero ngayon, may conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Make one wrong move and everyone will know. Ngayon, alam na nila, dumamba na yung Lord sa may bandang ibaba. 4 lang yung tumutulak kasi yung Esmeralda
The Lord
nasa
is
taas pala.
coming.
Kaso eto, may gitna, dadiverse ba? Pero Voltes Epial!
kaya, oh.
Nasasaktan siya na may
Ang
akong
sakit
sustain
niya.
hero kahit mag-quarter at Inferno plus the Vengeance ay mawawala plus the Fatal Links! Ngayon, para sa side ng Rakalon
Tumaas
Nastra,
kayo.
hindi pa tapos. Mga kaibigan, kasi 5 pa rin yung buhay for Rakalon Nastra. Walang namatay doon sa engagement na yun for Voltes PH Vixens, pero si Voltes Epial yung nauna. Tanggal na lahat ng Torre, taas gitna, diba? Voltes Motion, eh wala na rin! Tutugtog na nga yata yung ending soundtrack ng Voltes 5, mga kaibigan. Kasi mukhang tatapusin na ng Raka Lunastra. Iniikot-ikutan lang. Ngayon, Master Kill na si Zaira. Areru, Norueto, Iba. Kasi tapos na Raka Lunastra. Pinigilan na ang Voltes para magpatuloy sa torneo, mga kaibigan.
Hindi ko kinaya yung ending theme!
Pinento lang din sa akin. Pinento lang. Hindi ko naabutan. Pinento lang sa akin yun, guys. Tinutugtog lang ng mga pinsan ko. Naririnig ko. Pinagpawisan na.
Grabe naman yan, Raka Lunastra! Balagbag! Ito kwento natin. Kwento natin.
Kwento natin.
Mula draft pick pa lang kasi, sinasabi mo na, the only way for Raka Lunastra to win is if they get that Lilia.
Lilia.
And nakinig sila, Joshi Cakes.
Siyempre.
And si Zaira, nung ginagamit niya yung Lilia na yon throughout the whole game, siya talaga yung may-ari ng lahat of doon.
Alam mo yan, siya yung batang nasa digmaan, pero ang hirap pulihin. Diba? Alam mo, yung presence ng Black Shoes pa lang,
Yes.
it would take too much resources from Voltes PH Vixens just to take down Zaira. And gusto nilang mangyari yun kasi the Glooms, hindi mo pwedeng biruin eh. Diba? Hindi ka pwedeng mag-roam freely sa gitna kasi sasaluhin mo lahat ng mga putok-putok ng Lilia eh. Talagang masakit na yon. And yung desperation to get that Lilia took them a lot of resources to the point na wala na silang resources panlaban doon sa greater engagement.
And other than that, si Ebyang, siya yung pinaka-hope ng Voltes PH Vixens na talagang pinaka-makikinabang sa sustained capabilities na kaya i-provide ni Mozart, di ba?
Oo.
Pero kasi sobrang countered siya ng damage output na kaya ibigay ni Zaira. Ngayon, kahit si Voltes Ash, hindi kasi siya yung tinatarget ni Riley. pagdating sa Fatal Links. Kaya kahit gusto niyang gamitan ng heavy spin, she's always too late. Kasi lagi silang pilay, even this moment, ayan wala si Voltes Ash. Kasi sa kanya ginamit yung Fatal Links ni Riley. And kahit gustong protektahan ni Ash yung mga kampi niya, she also needs to prioritize the objective taking.
Kumbaga, torn between protection,
lovers,
hindi naman tulap, protection and objective takedown. And eto pa nga for Raka Lunastra, dumating sila sa point na kahit sinong i-fatal links mo, kaya namin i-burst down. Kumbaga yun na yung call Okay, self-rub Riley, kahit sino, bigyan mo.
Yep. Actually, ito, yun yung sinasabi natin, laging too late na yung heavy spin. And that time, kahit mag-heavy spin siya, the damage was never enough na rin kasi wala na rin magpa-follow up sa kanya And Raka Lunastra, ang kukunat na rin talaga nila. Tingnan mo naman, they have Atlas, the Balmont, the Esmeralda. It's just really a very tanky lineup. And then Ali can just free hit from the outskirts. And wala ring hero ang Voltes PH Vixens na kayang lumikod.
To the point din na yung heavy spin, nature na umiikot. So, nahihilo si Akay.
Yeah.
Kasi dalawa yung umiikot sa kalaban, si Angel, tsaka itong si...
ikotan pagandahan ng ikot
Diba? Kung iikot sa kalaban yung ikot ni Angel, wala na siyang laban sa ikot ng Esmeralda.
Sarah G Award
hilo na siya. Diba? So, congratulations to Raka Lunastra. Talagang inend nyo ang buhay ng Voltes PH Vixens sa torneo na to. And props pa rin for Voltes PH Vixens. They put up a good fight pero still sa battle kasi isa lang ang nananalo
That's true. There's no such thing as a draw dito sa MLBB. So ngayon, review natin yung mga matches natin for today. Joshi Cakes, best of 3 series sa upper bracket. ODK Valkyrie versus Devil's District Valstrax. ODK Valkyrie po ang nanalo.
2-0.
2-0. And then yung second match din natin, it was Gentle Giants FE versus IDNS Wings. The direct invite. Gentle Giants FE won. Pero ito, let's talk about the MVP muna na si Zaira. Nako, Joshi Cakes. Atabs mo yan.
Siyempre!
Atabs mo yan.
Hindi last pick ng Lilia yan kung walang gagawing mabuti yan. Diba?
Talaga,
6-0-15. 23 out of 27 yata yun. Diba? Sobrang taas.
Hindi rin kasi binan ng Voltes PH Vixens
Oo, yun yung sinasabi ko Kasi, yes, wala talagang counter sa Toms when it comes to lane. Pero, maraming pwedeng other heroes to counter. A Colod, a Kari, and this Lilia. And hindi ito pinansin ng Voltes PH Vixens. Kumbaga, sige, bigay nyo yan. Malambot lang naman ang Lilia. Kaso nga lang, yung lambot na yun, may sakit na kasama.
Totoo.
Zaira, with Enchanted Talisman, Ice Queen 1, talagang lagkitan factor
Lakitan factor. And that Ice Queen 1 really mattered a lot.
Sobra.
Dahil hindi na makauwi kadalasan after the Fatal Links, after the AoE damage dealt by Zaira, it's really hard for the members of Voltes PH Vixens na umuwi or tumakas. Yung takas factor. Kasi parang, ito kasi yung mechanic nun They have, Voltes PH Vixens, they have the Eve na nagbibigay ng super slow. Pero syempre, alam mo yun, nagugustuhin na, syempre kung ikaw yung Raka Lunastra, sabi ko, papaslow mo kami, papaslow rin namin kayo.
Papalag kami sa slow one, di ba? Na papasok ang buhay, di ka na makakalabas ng buhay. And that's what happened
Tamang slow
on to
dance.
our last series. Now, recap again tayo for our series 3 naman. That's GP Hermana being taken down by Z4 Esports FE. And the recently concluded match, Voltes PH Vixens is now out of the tournament at ang may kasalanan nun is Raka Lunastra.
Yep. Dahil nga doon na maglalaban ang Z4 Esports FE tsaka Raka Lunastra sa next round. And sa itaas naman is going to be ODK Valkyrie versus Gentle Giants FE.
Na parehas nakasweep ngayong araw.
Yep.
Diba? So, ang bilis ng mga laban. May mga late games tayo na consider pero series-wise, tinapos na ng sweep. Tapos yung mga lower bracket natin, ang bilis na rin tinapos mga kaibigan.
Yep.
Pero, that's just for today. Meron pa bukas.
Yun. And hindi pa rin naman matatanggal ang Devil's District Valstrax and IDNS Wings kasi they still have a spot sa lower bracket. They can still pave way. But again, guys, those are the matches for today. This is still a Female Pro League Season 5. This tournament is powered by Cerebro Media and it is under the supervision and regulation by the Philippine government through the Games and Amusement Board under the Office of the President. This is also powered by Pinoy Gamer, our official media partner this Season 5.
And mga kaibigan, maraming salamat sa mga tumutok ngayong araw para sa FEPL Season 5 I am Joshi Cakes and paring JP. Tutukan nyo for the next, for tomorrow, ang mga next na laban natin. Pero bago tayo magpaalam pala, saan ka pa ba namin makikita, paring JP? Pwede mo-
Sa bahay. Ano?
Alam ba nila?
You guys can check out my Facebook page. That's fb.gg/paringjp. Sa Twitter naman, it's paringjpcast. Sa Instagram, paringjpcasts. And that's about it. Ay, sa Twitch, paringjp. Sa Twitch, paringjp. I also stream games sa Twitch. Ikaw ba, Joshi Cakes? Saan ka namin makikita?
Dito. Dito nyo ako makikita
Dito
ngayon.
ka lang hanggang bukas, ha?
Pero hindi naman. Diba? Pero yun nga, you can follow me on my Facebook page. That's Joshi Cakes. Tulad na aking pangalan, Joshy Cakes. Diba? Ang pinakamasarap na cake. Joke lang. And also on my TikTok account, and that's Joshi Cakes Official. You can see me there posting.
Wait lang. Bago tayo magpaalam.
Ano?
Kantayin mo ulit yung ending team ng Voltes.
Areru, Oroeta, Iwado, Nibo, Otsukawa. Kunento lang. Kunento lang, guys. Hindi ko yun kabisado. Talagang nag-sink-in lang. Memories ng mga pinsan ko na laging kumakanta noon. Pero speaking of memories, eto na naman, panibagong araw ng mga memories na natunghayan, mga kaibigan. This is FEPL Season 5, Joshi Cakes and paring JP. Para sa araw na to, magbabalik bukas at abangan kung sino mga casters na mga kasama nyo. This is Female Pro League Season 5.